Tonight on 709 Meridian Up All Night, we embark on a chilling journey through the Poltergeist Trilogy. This iconic series blends suburban terror with supernatural phenomena, captivating audiences with its eerie storytelling. The saga begins with the original Poltergeist, a 1982 masterpiece directed by Tobe Hooper and co-written by Steven Spielberg. It's the story of the Freeling family, whose ordinary life is turned upside down by ghostly entities fixated on their young daughter, Carol Ann. The film's blend of horror and emotional depth sets a new standard in the genre. Next, Poltergeist II. The Other Side takes us deeper into the otherworldly terror. Released in 1986, this sequel delves into the backstory of the beast, now known as Reverend Henry Kane, a sinister spirit with a dark past. The Freeling family faces renewed threats in a narrative that intertwines horror with metaphysical elements. The trilogy concludes with Poltergeist III in 1988, where Carol Ann's haunting follows her to a Chicago skyscraper. Here, mirrors become the new portal for the spirits, adding a visually striking and terrifying layer to the story. The film concludes the series with a blend of intensity and poignancy. Join us on 709 Meridian Up All Night as we explore these three films that have left an indelible mark on the horror genre. Their fusion of family drama, supernatural elements, and Spielberg's cinematic craftsmanship make the Poltergeist series a cornerstone of horror cinema.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 709 Meridian, an audio commentary podcast. My name's Andrew.
And I'm Dee in the co-pilot seat.
And today, or this episode, we are doing Poltergeist. It is our last episode of season 2, so we'll be announcing season 3 after the movie. But now we are finally to Poltergeist 1, which is... unlike the Halloween movies, the only Poltergeist movie anyone should watch.
Yeah, like if you watched either of them, of the sequels, you just go back to the first one. It's like,
How did they get from How did they get from Poltergeist 1 to,
Yeah, where did they go from Haunted House to Reverend Kane?
It's almost like Steven Spielberg helped out, but.
Yeah.
All right. So, yes. And if you would like to listen to the commentary track without, I don't know that we'll be doing a lot of dumbfounded, slack-jawed watching of terrible movie this time. But if you do want to watch it not synced to the movie and a little bit quicker, there's an unsynced version, both in the podcast feed and on the YouTube channel. But otherwise, yes. I think we're ready to go.
Yep. Let me get my digit ready here.
All right, 3, 2, 1, play. Leo the Lion. All right.
Big Leo, old school. The original logo's here because, oh wow.
Yep.
And stand for our national anthem. This is not a ball game, folks.
When you think about this...
A Tobe Hooper film.
Tobe Hooper.
Quote.
Some of it. Just the weirdness of how movies... we don't have that anymore, right? But like in the 80s, the way movies, like even of event pictures started, there was some like initial way to grab people, right? Like,
yeah, because this here, anytime this was on television, if you heard this, if you clicked on the channel, it was like, oh shit, Poltergeist is on. It's kind of like with Back to the Future when they did the test audiences. Nobody knew what was going on. They were like, people were about to leave the theater when the car disappeared. They had no clue what was happening until they were literally told, this is a time machine.
You also couldn't do this because CRT TVs aren't a thing anymore. So
No, absolutely not. This is old school. This is when your channels went off at the end of the day.
The dog, just like
Probably one of the most useless dogs because he's literally the family dog in this. He doesn't do anything fantastical.
introducing us to the entire family. Like that's and what's her face? Who?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
or Dominique Dunn. There we go. Chip, chip, chip.
Star Wars Yoda stormtrooper figures. We've got a lot of crossover between the Spielberg Lucas. There really wasn't anything else in there. It was the two of them always included references.
Handshaking, left and right. I always used to think this is what was happening on the couple of streets over from the stuff that was going on in ET. Because it looks like the same neighborhood.
Yeah, right? And then Halloween 3, too. We didn't watch Halloween 3, but Season of the Witch, same neighborhood. And then, of course, this is probably a lot of what the walking stuff was done in reverse. I know that some of the other shots are a lot more obvious, but this one can do it too, that making them walk backwards to get an interesting...
Oh, the look of the
and
pace.
Reversing it, yep.
Little Carol Ann.
Oh, and
passed out. Craig T. chair there.
Music's already better than all of Halloween 3 or Poltergeist 3's.
Poltergeist 3, oh yeah. It's not all synthesized. Or whatever the hell they were doing. What was that, piano or something?
It's amazing how I've blocked that movie so quickly.
Oh, just think about how pissed off Nancy Allen was.
Yeah, that's right.
The scowl on her face, even when she was smiling.
It's a pretty good Jerry Goldsmith score too.
Oh yeah, it's really like creepy, but like sort of come to this.
Yeah.
Welcome to this story, or
All right, so Steven Spielberg production, yeah.
Where's his letters bigger?
Getting top billing over Craig.
Right. There we go.
Kids all together.
See, same neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Goldsmith. Telling you, this
Michael
happened.
Kahn, who edited at least one of the Raiders, if not two or three of them, or the Indiana Jones. The Matthew Lionetti might have shot. No, Douglas Slocum shot Raiders. That is a street straight out of.
And it looks like an insert from E.T.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there you go. Frank Marshall and Steven Spielberg produced it. So it is an under the radar Amblin production.
Oh, yeah. This was, all is missing is a logo at the end of the credits. I remember they used to play this piece during a Just Say No commercial. They show the neighborhood and they show two kids smoking up in the back somewhere in somebody's backyard.
Yeah, this is outside maybe the guy with the beers. It's very much it could be an ET sequence.
Yeah. Especially the bike. Look at the bike.
Riding his kid's bike.
He really didn't even go that far. Nice house. Now that house was a real house, right? The exterior.
Think so. If I knew a lot of Poltergeist trivia, I've forgotten it. Though I feel like some of the dad's friends are recognizable-ish, but also maybe not.
Well, the guy on the bike, I think, is a blocker from Dan Blocker's son. What you call it? Bonanza.
There's the
Jeffrey the Giraffe in the back.
Yep, and a
Star Wars poster and
the Darth Vader figure holder. Of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Realest parent ever.
Mr. Rogers.
And this kind of was a real thing, though. You know, those TVs in the 80s, you had to put your TV somewhere if it was close enough.
The neighbor's definitely somebody.
Oh yeah, he's been in a lot of shows. Special guest star Sleaze. See, Spielberg Suburbia. Down you go, Tweety.
It's also one of those movies that you can't actually make a sequel to. So
no, the sequels are unnecessary to this.
Anything you try with it's going to screw it up, but it is really just.
So to whoever, franchise Poltergeist, you did wrong.
What's also funny is that Spielberg never got shit for all of his product placement, but he had it.
Yeah.
Like other people get lots of shit for it, but I've never heard anybody point it out for Spielberg or
because Spielberg, people are like, Spielberg is suburbia, he is Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the same time, billboards are billboards, right? So
yeah. But a lot of people are just gratuitous, That's why I like Demolition Man just said, fuck it.
Yeah.
With the Taco Bell. But, a lot of people drink Coke.
Right?
A lot of people eat Cheerios.
Right? It's not particularly believable if everybody's drinking RC.
Right. There you go. Unless it's like cheapie. See, look, the dog is a real dog. Ooh. There she is, killing another pet.
Yeah, I don't think that goldfish is gonna be able to survive that much food.
From there, it looks like there's like 2 or 3 in there.
Yeah. Captain America comic there.
Yes. TIE Fighter.
Yeah, I mean, a Hoth Tower. You could just go through all the
everything in there.
All the Star Wars toys he's got.
His room looked like a lot of kids' rooms back then. Like, I know I had the bed sheets.
Yep. There's a Tauntaun back there.
Alien poster.
Was there one? I missed it.
Yeah. It was real quick. I think they'll show it again. Magic Johnson poster in the back.
There are 2 goldfish.
Yeah. You killed us, kid.
I mean, maybe you could have done like a
R2, Hoth Han, Luke on a Tauntaun.
Not Hoth Tauntaun. Oh, there's that alien poster. And that Darth Vader poster over on the wall.
Wow. I think I might have had that one. Very much a harbinger. Everything we need to know about this film is just being set up right here. And
it's so well paced, but it's gradual, but really well paced. And I think that Michael Kahn cutting is just very nice. There's a Snoopy and Woodstock thing there.
I remember that. That's the one where the ears turn around.
Is that an A-Team van that we just missed?
Okay. This might have been before.
So this scene with the parents smoking pot is one of the
massive quantities at that. Like,
yeah, but it was 1982
he's already smoking
pot.
one.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
And it's in the same thing they used as a coffin. So when Carol Ann said she didn't like that the bird wouldn't like the smell of the coffin, it wasn't cigars, it was weed.
Yeah. And there's just weed on the bed there.
But it's used as the example of why Spielberg never would have directed anybody smoking pot. And it's also like, he also never would have directed a dad as good as Craig T. Nelson. So,
Note, very 80s, Reagan, the man, the president book. Super 80s.
Okay, so now we're introducing a potential danger spot for later, but the 80s dream of the swimming pool.
Yeah, that's when you made it. Very fun, parents.
Well, she hasn't made the comment yet that he married her when she was 16 or 17 yet, right?
Yeesh.
That's coming up. Look at the picture. There you go. He had better abs in the second one. Look at that picture of him on the counter on the dresser,
Right?
though. Like,
Yeah. He's like, what the hell?
stoned. Oh, there you go. Little clue product placement, a Rubik's cube. But yeah, you can just they're parents who take pictures of each other while they're stoned.
Yeah, they make fun of each other. Like, this is what you look like when you get up.
Okay, so now, Bert and Ernie on the wall there. So yeah, now we're gonna get the clown interaction. We saw it over the shoulder before, but
Which is creepy. That I think even scared the hell out of me as a kid.
I think the thing about clowns is that like it's easy to get wrapped into the fucking just creepiness of clowns. Like it's like the more you think about clowns, the worse they are. Nice Chewbacca thing.
Yeah. I was never afraid of clowns. It's just that particular one. Because like even when it came out, even the TV everybody's like, man, that was scary. I was just like, eh.
Especially when he turns into a giant cockroach.
I mean, it was creepy. It was creepy to me, but it wasn't like, oh god.
Yeah, no. But it's a good creepy clown thing. So those are their toys for the ground floor. Okay, so we're still at the age where they're all going to sleep in there with them.
Yeah. And let's just remember, part 2 was a solid year after this.
Yes, and the movie they are watching is a guy named Joe with Spencer Tracy, I think. The one
which Spielberg remade.
Remade as always, so.
As always, yeah. The tree does look like it kind of has a face. See that?
Tree's been around since Reverend Kane put everybody in a cave underneath
the tree.
Yep.
Well, this is before all that.
How did they not have a single like this is a very simple way of setting up this scare, right? Like we're doing an exposition, we're setting it up we're educating the kid, and then it's gonna be a scary thing. It's very, 1, 2, 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't do any of that in the sequels.
No.
It's just like, at least Michael Myers sometimes walks around in the shadows and they play the fucking music, right? Like,
or people are hallucinating him or something. Now, this is the only realistic thing I've probably seen in movies where you count 3 after lightning, and that's when the thunder comes. Because normally in most movies, lightning and thunder are at the same damn time. So it's just the details like that. That's
Well, because
that's realistic. Suburbia. That's a father telling his kid, okay, this is how you don't be afraid of thunderstorms.
Spielberg never did a horror movie, right? Though, like himself.
Except for this. Come on now. You know what he was doing on his off time from E.T. So they settled on the kids sleeping in.
Now we get the call back to the beginning. And we're 21 minutes into the movie. And until this point, it's entirely been just
exposition, setups,
gentle first act setup, like,
and just telling you this is what's about to happen. We don't know just what yet, but something's about to go down.
Where's the dog?
No food. Well, he does show up, doesn't he? Or he should be in the house.
I'm still just perplexed that the TV's not 16:9, right? Like,
hey, look, the big sharper image thing on the top. It's 2:37 a.m. This now ends our programming day.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of the backwards moving scenes.
Where she goes towards the...
But the like funny thing about this kind of thing is there's no reason you couldn't duplicate these techniques, right? Like, a gentle little Jerry Goldsmith kind of, it's the alien Outland Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah. Something creepy is going on.
And now here we go. 2350, and now it's the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, now we're getting into the... Something's going down.
It's the Indiana Jones, and he's got the staff of Ra, and he's trying to figure out where the city is.
Yeah. But in reverse. And we have a catchphrase, folks. Oof.
There you go. Poor bird.
The bird's gone for good this time. So they're just now digging the hole for the pool.
What's the dog's name? E-Buzz?
E-Buzz, yeah. Which I have no idea that...
Gene Shalit on the TV.
Now you know it's thoroughly 1982, because I think he might have appeared in every, movie that showed media. He was in this, Tootsie, Ghostbusters.
Just the noisy kitchen scene too. Like, it's very
It's got a lot of dialogue going. It's really Altman-ish kind of.
Well, I'm just trying to think, like, the Spielberg way of doing families is he doesn't do a lot. There's always some conflict going on, right? Like Close Encounters, the boys are teasing each other. E.T., right? they're
the father's gone.
bickering, yeah. But in this one, it is just.
But this scene in particular is very much reminiscent of God, Roy Scheider in Jaws.
Yes.
When he gets up and he's starting his day and he's doing, everything, and that's Craig T in that whole bit.
Oh, it's Sonny Landham.
Billy Bear. Oh God. Very, very crazy, man. Yikes. The guy who had to have security for him on the set of Predator.
Really?
So they could keep him off of other people.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
All right. Watch this episode of Combat instead. Yeah.
Right. Ah! Wilhelm scream. And already we see Caroline has the Shining, the Shinin.
Dog's freaking out.
Hey, do you not see this on the wall?
I think the second.
This was not up here yesterday. I didn't do it.
Like, so far, JoBeth Williams hasn't really had that much to do other than the mom thing. But now she's getting to, like, see this shit, right? Like,
yeah. So she's the first to kind of catch on that something's up.
Right. Oh, yeah, because there's going to be a great scene with that. But the sort of intrusive workman trope that
was that guy somebody?
He was probably on TV in 1982.
He sort of reminded me of Bowser from Sha-Na-Na. Couldn't have been Bowser, right?
But I was going to say earlier, you could do a Poltergeist 2 that's like a side sequel, right? Like it's another family in the development.
Yes. Yeah.
Something like that. Like where you're not losing, the sort of discovery aspect of things, right? Like,
there was just no reason to follow these people any further after this. Hell, if you wanted to franchise Poltergeist, anthology would have been a better way to go. Which brings me to my next idea. What if you grindhoused Poltergeist, E.T., and Halloween 3? It just made that one like longish kind of grindhouse bit.
Right. I don't know.
We go. All the houses look alike.
I'm trying to remember, was there at some point in the development stage, E.T. was more of a horror movie, right? Like when it was a Close Encounters sequel? Yeah.
Yeah, initially it was they were evil aliens, and they slaughtered a farm of animals, and at the end they leave the one behind.
Then, of course, the funny thing is that Nightmare on Elm Street started as a potential Disney movie and ended up Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh my God.
So what's kind of sad about Poltergeist 2 in particular is that they don't have as good a sky effects as they can pull off in Poltergeist 1.
Oh,
Even
because
with
some of that,
4 more years of technology, like
I think that might have, a lot of that was real, maybe. Because it just, that area. Wow. Look at that. Just the furniture, those plants. My mom had those plants.
just such good set decoration too. The crayons on the ground, like
Yeah. It, it's for
it's
real.
yeah, it's well. Also, the other thing is it's Panavision, whereas at this point Spielberg was done with Panavision until, except for Indiana Jones, he wasn't doing
Yeah.
Panavision anymore. I guess that is the
Yeah.
thing. This does seem in sync with the first three Spielbergs, right? Like
Yeah.
Sugarland, Jaws, and Close Encounters.
It's the slow burn, you know. It's the ramp going up the roller coaster.
Setup with the football helmet. Doesn't Robbie wear the helmet again in the second one?
I think
Maybe.
there
Like
might be a
that's kind
part.
of a deep cut. Like here we go. Snoopy and Woodstock gonna go flying.
Wow. Wait, the
Was
what?
there?
What? You saw that too, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I forgot to put the missing reel bit on there.
Just moving it along, man. Like
Yeah. Yeah, enough of that. I don't know,
I
man.
wonder how that came about. Like
Oh, they're stoned. Yeah. He's the sleazy manager,
uh-huh.
the car dealership owner guy.
So are there any friendly ghost movies from the 80s?
Oh, not that I can. Not till damn right. Not till Patrick Swayze,
I don't
and
think
that was
so.
90.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there weren't any, it was Poltergeist was the reason why. Because they everybody milked
Yeah.
the bit. Suddenly everything was Poltergeist. This
Well, I mean, like Ghostbusters, right? Like
yeah,
for the
Ghostbusters.
early 80s, it was
I've watched episodes of Scooby Doo 80s era, and they call them Ghostbusters in a
yeah.
couple episodes.
Here we go. Our callback to the lightning.
See, now we're learning that the first go round when there was a storm, that was just a teaser. So this is the big to do here. And Carol Ann has the clown doll in her bed. I never noticed that before.
Yeah, that's...
Huh. You think
This
that might mean
is...
something?
I don't know. This is very Close Encounters. Like,
Oh, yeah.
and there's the aforementioned swimming pool that we're worried about people falling into.
Wow, the tree was that close to the house?
It's been there for a long time, you know. It's where Reverend Kane.
Oh, yeah, it is. His followers.
Okay,
all
so
them Star Wars toys.
Yeah, the ghost broke all the good Star Wars toys. What a bunch of jerks.
There goes the clown, who does not get taken into wherever, the other side. Now I'm starting to think the clown is maybe a minion.
I mean, there's very little personification of the ghosts in this. It's just a bunch of...
Right. Yeah, they're the unseen.
Yeah, supernatural goings on. And there she goes, right into the
to the light,
into the Phantom Zone.
Woo!
It really is incredible that they made another one of these and didn't top any of the special effects. What's like anywhere near close?
No, part 2 is like the TV sequel to this.
It's like the Ewok movie. It's the Ewok movie.
Right. Yeah. It has a budget, but not really. Like, it looks good enough to look like a movie. Oh, wow. Surprisingly, they used a lot of material from this in Terror in the Isles.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was a PG horror movie, right? Like,
yeah. They covered a lot in that movie. That's the crazy thing. Like, anything that was 80s and pre-80s to that point. Oh, wow.
the other kids have so much more to do in this than in the sequels.
Right.
Like, it'd be till 3 before Lara Flynn Boyle could get this much shit to do.
Carol Ann. Hey.
Well, and I mean,
Do they have a Carol Ann count in this one?
we'll see in the trivia.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
That's another thing I always wondered. Was Jo Beth Williams supposed to be from the South in this? Sometimes when she talks, like, you hear kind of a twang. She's got this weird sort of
the swimming pool.
Who's the chick that plays Mrs. Incredible?
Holly Hunter.
Holly Hunter. She's got kind of a weird Holly Hunter thing
going on.
Yeah. You got to listen for it, though.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the audience knows like she's not in the swimming pool, right? So it's
She's
like
definitely not in the pool. Sheesh.
doing the pure tear thing seems more Tobe Hooper than Spielberg.
I think that was his. Because the kid, the shot of him with the sludge on his face, that's very Chainsaw. See?
So fucking good. Just so good.
Of course, Dr. Egon Spengler wasn't in that day.
Right. We go to the school for the paranormal thing. Now, how long? I mean, Dan Aykroyd wrote Ghostbusters early, but did they change anything to
remember it was huge. His version was like they're traveling through time, that they're doing all then it became a lot smaller towards when they were filming. So I would say about here's the point where they might have rearranged it probably from that, because it definitely changed after Belushi died. And Belushi died what, in 82, right?
81, 82.
Yeah. So they were probably switching things up.
Now we get
Craig T looks like possessed Craig T.
Right? Like better makeup than in all the second one.
Yeah.
So that tree's gone though. None of the neighbors notice that tree's gone.
Right. Nobody's like, wow, took it right from the roots, huh?
The neighbors convinced they're a bunch of potheads.
Yeah. Everybody knows who the Freelings are. Who do you think everybody else gets a pot from? That's why they don't hang out with any other kids.
Right. This is
Richard Lawson as Billy D. Williams.
This is a great setup.
Yeah.
They kind of rip this off in the Roland Emmerich Godzilla, right? Like,
oh yeah,
with the worms or whatever. Yeah. No, when they're excited about Matthew Broderick's excited that something grew, and it's the was that
Mego
was
Hulk.
the Mego Hulk riding a pony. That was awesome.
I have that one.
That was the one I always had, and it kept breaking. And it was like the
Mego, was the leg or the arm.
Last one that was available.
I remember they were selling them at remember when Toys R Us opened in Evanston? They still had them.
I don't understand how that has not come back.
They're doing smaller ones.
Yeah, they charge $30 for a fucking Secret Wars figure. Think what they can make on Amigo.
God. No, there's new Mego.
Oh, are there? Okay.
Yeah, they totally brought him back, I think. And that guy, who is he? Somebody's cousin? That's not the Riptide guy, right?
I don't know. So I'm trying to think. Ghost movies of the 70s that weren't schlocky.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any?
Well, I don't know why I keep wanting to say The Exorcist, but
I mean, there's Exorcist, there's Omen, but like
Amityville?
Yeah, what year was Amityville? 80?
Amityville was
79.
79. Yeah.
So this is
that's still in.
this is Steven Spielberg's Amityville to some degree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For sure. Because they were doing sequels at this point to Amityville.
Right.
Matter of fact, one of them came out in 82, right? I think it was the 3D.
But had they lost the MGM released the first Amityville, right?
I think so. Yeah.
But they didn't do any of the sequels.
The plethora of sequels. I keep thinking about the one they did where it was like the Amityville lamp. There was a lamp from the house.
Wasn't there a doll one?
There was a doll one. There was an Amityville doll house.
There's been it's because there's you can't trademark Amityville, so
right.
Anybody can do it. Toby's still doing the one shots of Jo Beth Williams reacting to things.
Yeah.
Carrying it over from before.
Huh.
I mean, some of it is just that it's more sci-fi to a degree, right? Like,
yep. See, very fast we're learning how the mechanics of this. Oh, you lost child.
Yeah, they really should have just leaned into it with the remake and retconned in Reverend Kane into the remake.
That's all they should have. That's the easiest thing they could have done. Or better yet, the remake could have been the sequel to the prequel. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just establish Kane from the start. There we go. There's a Spielberg shot.
And is the hair immediate? No, the hair doesn't happen till later.
Yeah, later, after she goes to the void.
I mean, and this is an interesting contrast to the second one, just in like you're getting people to, the acting, they're acting an absurd scene, right? Like, but
Yeah, this is something you can't even begin to like direct a certain way.
right. So you need somebody who can do this, and they just, well, I mean, the second one had the problem of the writing and shit like that, but like, why you would attempt to mount a Poltergeist sequel without understanding how incredible what they pull off with this one is.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the whole
Man.
movie's
Mm.
in the house, right? Like,
Yeah.
and it's Panavision, so it's like that's not a.
This could be a hell of a stage play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You could.
This could be made as a stage play. Where's the
Mm.
dog? Yeah. I guess we'll see later what it was that bit him.
E.T. at night, whatever the town was in E.T.
Yeah. They should have showed the vans driving around.
If only this had a Halloween tie-in. And then, because ET's got its Halloween tie-in where you could easily tie it to Season of the Witch.
Well, they're contained in the house. And it's possible, but I don't think the time frame. This would have to have taken place before ET.
Right.
Maybe. See, who's the genius that thought of this? They're doing a whispered, dialogue scene.
Mm-hmm. A
Nobody
whisper.
does this.
Yeah. A whisper technobabble dump. Like, I feel like it's got to be Tobe Hooper, because you would have seen more of this in Spielberg, and you didn't see this kind of thing from him again, right? Like, he's never sort of gone back to that.
Not really.
But also just the use of foreground and background. Since Carol Ann's been taken, there's always been sort of background action going on. And that's kind of something else that Spielberg's not great at. Like,
Yeah, he wants everything front and center.
I think
for the most
that's
part.
one of my favorite things for foreground and background actions, Aliens, because there's always shit going on. And the Thing, the 82 Thing, there's always people are always busy in the background. And it's
somebody's always doing something. Yeah.
That wouldn't have jumped out if like more people had been doing it, but
especially the scene where TK Carter, he's roller skating all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just all the, general shit going on.
And I mean, they've been whispering now at this point for 2-3 minutes. Like,
yeah.
Also in this one, I mean,
We
Craig
have
T.
an idea.
Nelson's inability to like deal with it as well as Joe Beth Williams is another. Super cool thing.
She's more of a believer. This feels like something out of Twilight Zone movie. This could have been this whole movie could have been a segment in that, since it really is a remake of Little Girl Lost. They've kind of added a sort of mythology around it to make it different.
Mm-hmm. I just don't understand how the guys who wrote the second one took Spielberg's story and got this out of it and then turned in the second one, right? Like,
because when they coveted the ownership, you know how it goes. It's a lot like how you go from 70s X-Men to 90s X-Men, or the Titans to the later issues when Nightwing quit and Arsenal's the leader. It's just kind of when somebody else gets their hands on something. Go to sleep.
Did she just say he's going to stay with grandma?
Yeah.
She's going to be... My deadbeat sister's going to be there. Don't talk to her.
Do not talk to Aunt Pat. Or Aunt Trish, whatever the hell.
Which one would she have been at this point? That's right. So confusing.
She wanted to be called Trish, right? Or was it?
I thought she wanted to be called Pat.
Yeah, she wanted to be called Pat, so she'd be Trish at this point. Or
I'm confused why Pat was trendier than Trish.
There you go. There you go.
Sleeping with the lights on so we can see the actors.
Wow, old school Cheetos bag, throwback bag.
Is this their big scene?
Yeah. Now this was Tobe, I think. Or no, I think Spielberg put this in with the face. Maybe? I can't remember, because he said when he was a kid he did a stunt like this with the wet toilet paper on his face or something.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. I'm just going to fucking cook your steaks, man. Like,
just all up in the damn fridge. About to parlay in their kitchen, and he's eating their chicken too.
I mean, think about how smoky that's going to be, right? Like,
right. Everybody's going to wake up smelling it. You know how much this side of beef costs?
I mean, things like over a half-inch thick, so he's just going to there'd be so much oil and just a mess.
Grease. He's gonna fry it like a.
It's a real Peter Venkman move, man.
The meat came alive, Ray. The chicken had maggots, Ray. Boraxo. Not just borax. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Really state of the art for 82.
Okay, so this is the thing where you're just like, how did they get
Terminator effects
PG for this? Like it was like a technicality.
And one of the reasons why they started to develop PG-13.
Right.
Because this is very like
that's a lot, like
that's before it really gets gruesome. I guess they got away with it because it was so quick, but still super, super effective.
What do they do with things now where you used to have like needles drawing on paper? Is there some computer effect that does this now? Or
I think it's digital or something. Where
for when you're ghost hunting, like
yeah, they have actual PKEs now.
I feel like he wouldn't be listening to music. I feel like he'd be paying attention.
Yeah. Especially after what they saw. There would never be a moment where it's like, oh, okay.
I'm just going to chill out and draw instead of paying attention.
And I'm going to go into the kitchen, raid the fridge, fry up one of these steaks. Something wicked this way comes.
Sorry for the silence, folks. It's just such a good sequence.
It's so damn good. Oh.
Do we get an actual beautiful angel ghost at this point?
Before it doesn't it turn into evil face?
Okay, so that has to be a reference in Ghostbusters, right? Like,
yeah, the librarian.
Yeah.
In the beginning. This is totally when they see Gozer, kind of.
See, the daughter missed all this good shit.
She was out.
Oh no, it doesn't. Evil face.
I thought it did. Well, yeah, I must have been thinking of Ghostbusters because I thought it was a part where, oh, you know what else did it? Raiders.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Raiders does it.
That's what I kept thinking of.
Yep.
On the arc, they open the arc and This is beautiful.
So yeah, at this point, it's look at those hats. They're wearing cowboy hats because it was the Old West when Reverend Kane locked them in the basement. Well, hi, Caroline.
Well, hi, Caroline. Let me take your hand, child.
They couldn't fucking go with him? Like, what the fuck? Like, how far is the cab ride to Grandma's?
Right? Or one of them could have.
Why don't they have a car?
They
I'm confused.
they didn't want to miss a thing, I think.
Okay.
You know?
Nancy Allen totally could have stopped, got off her ass, and come and picked up her nephew. Just saying.
She totally was just at the house pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Do I really have to pick him up? Look, I'll pay for a cab. And that was the compromise right there. You could thank Aunt Trish for the cab ride over.
Well, good thing they have a bunch of pot in the house. Like,
right? Where did that go to? This could have kept everybody mellow all night.
a return to the whispering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is
All
where
right.
we meet James Karen is the boss.
James Karen playing one of many just sleaze balls. And if it wasn't James Karen, it probably would have been Kevin McCarthy.
Was Murray Hamilton dead at this point? He could have done
might
this
have been.
too. Yeah.
He could have, yeah. Would that have been too much of a nod, though?
Probably.
Yeah, we're looking at a very
popular mechanics.
Looking at a very disheveled, just beat Craig T there.
This is the first time he's gotten anything to do on his own since the remote control scene. Basically, like,
yeah,
it is Joe Beth Williams' movie
for sure. She really kind of does a lot of the heavy shit in this, the emotional stuff.
Yeah. But I mean, just like shit like this, like, you know, go talk to the door that you're pretending is your kid that's been taken to another dimension.
Damn.
Clown's in a bad mood.
Right? That clown owns that room right now. So it's the flu. So school is in.
Yeah. So.
And they're looking out on the beginning of another development. It's a development Marty wants to live at in Back to the Future.
That's right. It is. Yes.
All this shit is tied together, dude.
The Southern California shooting location cinematic universe.
Very kind of cryptic with the picket fence.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a development that they ride the bikes through in ET. Because remember the end where they're riding the bikes around? Yeah. Becky was born in 1903.
Surprise! There's a graveyard.
Dun dun dun. Oh, see, he's told him already that. Huh.
Dun dun dun.
This is very much the we found the ark scene. Belloc was digging in the wrong place.
I'm also trying to figure out how you would Panavision this or pan and scan this without cutting off. You'd be cutting off both sides, right? Like
I've seen it on TV where like you only see like the edge of Craig T's face,
right,
and half of James Cairn. This was always one of the worst ones. Enter
there
Zelda.
We go. Tobe in his foreground or background to foreground now. She's so much funnier in this one than she is in the other two.
Yeah, because it's you don't expect, you're like, what the hell at this point? But they make sense out of it.
The thing about the ghost hunters in this, though, their facts are not incorrect, even though no one's ever seen anything like this before, right? Like, so they're lucky that. Right, her gifts have been documented, but nobody's ever seen anything like this before.
Right. Right.
But it's the third one where they bring that back and like make no reference to it, right? Tom Skerritt.
Yeah. So what am I thinking? They eh, this the other guy opts out, I guess, huh?
Yeah, he was too scared off by the
He
meat.
said, I'm not coming back.
Craig looks worse than when she got there. I think he's been drinking in between.
Yeah, he can't handle it because he's not a believer. He's like down to the last nub in his stash at this point. Music sounds kind of like a Star Wars bit.
Mm-hmm.
Only you know, Obi-Wan.
It's got a very Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My father? Your father he is.
There's a little Star Trek the motion picture.
Yeah, definitely. I cry for V'ger as I would a brother.
I mean, maybe the problem with 2 and 3 is there's just not enough whispering, right? Like,
Because they just go full straight ahead with the bullshit, you know?
yeah, I just don't think. I mean,
Because you can watch this, as is. There's no connection to the other
no.
ones. There's no need to watch 2 or 3 at all after watching this.
But I mean, obviously, a lot of it's Tobe Hooper versus or Zelda. Actually, I think Zelda Rubinstein said that anytime she filmed, Steven Spielberg was there. So there's that take on it. But
And that's why she sort of commands the room in a way.
but there's just no way to do this with another one. Like, especially since, I mean, this sort of experience with the supernatural and then having to like confine it for a sequel, it just doesn't.
No.
You can't roll it back, right? Like, you can't. You can't forget that there are dinosaurs on Jurassic Park or whatever.
God. Don't remind me there's another one coming out. See, we live with dinosaurs now.
Honestly,
They're not scary anymore.
they eat people, they're still scary.
Yeah, but let them go to South Central.
Look at the lights on the
screens.
no, the tears. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Matthew F. Eddie. Like, I feel like he did a bunch of
Oh wow. So this is it. Like I always thought there was a
There is. It's a
whole
fake ending.
But there was like a whole sequence before even this, you know. This is just when she gets the kid back.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully. But yeah, you're right. It's the fake ending.
And it's pretty sick. Like we're 80 minutes in, right? It's roughly 2 hours. It's 114 minutes total. So this is sort of like rushing the second act in a way. But it's like we had like such a long, I mean, the second act of this movie is just freaking phenomenal because the first act was 20 minutes, right? I think. And that was all just the setup. And then from there, we got to here. And so.
Yeah, the patient is just.
Mm-hmm. Wow, nice dude.
Wow.
Your ghost child. Because I mean, the other thing is, Mom's not looking at anything right. Mom's staring at a wall right now, right? Like
she's doing the TV on blind shit. See, she's got kind of a I don't like baby.
I don't know where Joe Beth Williams is from, though. That seems like more of a Oklahoma twang.
Yeah, something.
Female Michael Shannon type thing. C-3PO. Go see Return of the Jedi in a theater near you next summer.
Right. Oh no, at this point, Revenge of the Jedi.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, I have that strobe light. These kids like to rave, don't they? Whoa.
There you go. Is it covered in ectoplasm?
Yeah. She throws the other one and hits Carol Ann in the head. Ow!
Trying to think what the music. Yeah, the music sounds very John Williamsy at this point.
Yeah, this definitely. But I think this is the most Poltergeist the soundtrack sounds, though. It's definitely a riff on the Ark.
Mm-hmm. What's funny is in the third one, they made such a big deal out of their in-camera special effects. Yeah, these were in-camera special effects too, a lot of it. So why the fuck didn't you look this good? Like,
right. With that flat camera they were using, it
X amount of years later, they.
wow. Yeah.
Yuck. That's like ghost bodies, dude.
Yeah. That rope is going right through somebody right now.
Right? Like.
Okay,
Deckard
that's
unit.
yeah.
Deckard unit.
Deckard doing that.
I love how people acted like motion picture had absolutely no effect on anything. I'm like, then you watch everything and you're like, oh no, it's just. Where else do you think they got the idea for blowing hair like that, right? Like, oh shit, that is the music too. It's Spot going through.
Oh yeah. Yep. Spock journey through V'ger.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
This complete freak out before they pull him back in. That.
Mm-hmm. That's really helpful, Zelda Rubinstein.
This is really completely like beyond. Yeah.
This is how you find out if you have epilepsy.
Yeah.
Fireballs. That's a Tobe Hooper shot for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's pulling through. No wonder the ghost is mad. You got a rope running through its butthole. Okay, dude, you dropped the fucking
Wow.
ectoplasm.
Now, if they knew they were coming through that, why did they have something softer there?
One would think. They got all those mattresses up in the bedroom.
Yeah, they could have just used
they
some
can't get
mattresses.
in the bedroom.
Oh, that's right. Well, they can use the parents' bed or something. Because that's surely like a broken something. Unless they didn't have that far to fall.
I like how Carol Ann is clearly just like
she's trying, waiting for her cue.
She's just like, this is so gross and uncomfortable.
All right, open your eyes.
And neither of them ever ate strawberry gelatin again.
Ew. No. Great score there.
All right, movie's over, right? Happy
Okay,
ending.
folks, let's wrap up the popcorn and
Yeah. 83 minutes in, we're done.
and the station wagon is still standing.
Did they go get him or did he cab it back too?
Trish made him hitchhike.
Mm-hmm.
Just sent them home with a stranger. Drop him off where he sees his house. And they give you that sense of, hey, we're back to normal.
Mm-hmm. Except for the hair.
Right.
And there, foreground and background. Two double, right? We got Robbie in the background one place. We got Carol Ann in another place. Like,
yeah.
Definitely not directed with the TV screen in mind.
No. Because when you see this on TV, especially, again, that damn Channel 9 cut, you don't see the truck at all. You just see
the door. Yeah.
You see the door, and that's it. Oh, yeah, the gray. Look at the gray.
Mm-hmm.
She's a sorcerer supreme now.
Why didn't they keep that for the second one? Like, at the very least, they could have kept that for the second one. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, she dies it here.
I thought she kept it.
No. Because when she's about to go into take a bath or whatever.
That's right. Yep. Nancy Allen adding white streaks to be like her big sister. Nothing going on in the ghost room. It's all fine.
This is right after, and like the kids are okay sleeping in that room.
I mean, it's a few days.
Just immediately move out of the house, though, you know.
The house is clean.
That's the ET bathtub.
Reverend Kane has moved on. Vitabath. I remember Vitabath. The bottles had like ridges, except for the label area.
That's the bathroom from ET, I think. Or the cut scene.
Mm-hmm. They cut her in her Ripley undies too, which probably made Gene Siskel very happy that he didn't have to see that. The Han Solo blaster.
Han Solo blaster, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, they still had toys out.
Nope. There was a bath scene. Gene Siskel must be rolling in his grave. truck toys from before Transformers. Yep, he left his Darth Vader as the last thing he's packing. Yoda's in bed with him.
And that damn clown. Ugh.
You would think that you would do something about the clown that had spent the whole time in the possessed room. Like, that's a little weird.
Yeah, that's why this is kind of a, hey, we're not done with y'all yet.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't going nowhere.
Wow. That Luke Skywalker's definitely not mint anymore.
No. Why do I think that's probably how they did Newt? Aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Remember she only had the doll head?
Yeah. Okay, so things have been normal for 5 minutes-ish. But wait.
Even the dog is kind of...
What's E-Butts see? I don't know, man. Like, just the idea of getting in a bathtub in your ghost house, like, that's scary.
That's what I mean. It's like
shit. Like, no.
Doing anything in that house. Like, they immediately went right back to normal. It's the most well-adjusted family. Uh-oh. Scariest scene to any kid ever at the time.
And under the bed. Dad.
Uh.
It's a very Steven Spielberg, not Steven Spielberg, Stephen King.
Yeah.
Thing. Did a half-ass job of packing that bedroom.
And it's like they really didn't want to leave.
They were supposed to be leaving tonight. Like, how the hell does she think they're going to be done?
Yeah, all that shit is still in there. Uh-oh. Give me some chon-chon.
This is Exorcisty.
Yeah.
Though far more elaborate. While Poltergeist never really got its rediscovery, I do remember at some point, maybe like an Entertainment Weekly video guide, they did a thing about like how the hell they did the special effects in this stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, they never really. It's like, even with the remake of this is like one of those remakes for the hell of it, rather than having any sort of.
Yeah, it was a remake because we've got the property type deal.
Yeah, let's make this before we lose the rights to it or whatever.
We need to exploit the existing back catalog of franchise potential.
Yep. Now this, they had at the Hollywood Wax Museum or whatever in California. The Chamber of Horrors. Scariest shit ever.
It's like a giant ghost spider thing. Like, that's
yeah. Yeah. The zapping of the doors and stuff. That's kind of Nightmare on Elm Street-ish.
They got the one stunt woman behind the going behind the door, and then JoBeth Williams. That is the neighbor in? I can't remember. Do we see that fucking useless
there,
neighbor?
but they don't help. Or they don't help much. They get her out of the pool, I think.
Okay. Just
And
assuming
then
she's
the wife is
stoned.
like, don't go in the house. These were real, right? The skeletons.
Wasn't that the rumor? Yeah.
Yeah. Very creep show.
Did Craig not tell her that about the graveyard?
Nope. Absolutely not. Yeah, here it comes. It's just the fake scare. As soon as she slips back in the motherfucker.
This is very Tobe Hooper.
Yeah. Real grisly.
PG, it's good for the kids. I can't imagine why they tried to do a PG-13.
I guess it would have been scarier if they were actual zombies. Then it would have probably necessitated
right.
R.
There we go.
Yeah. They somehow wander into the backyard to help her, but then they...
No, that's too much.
But there's no other neighbors either, I guess.
Oh, there we go. There's our forced perspective shot. A little less Jaws, more Vertigo, I would say, though.
And the hallway looks like the hallway in the Myers house behind her. Yeah. Oh, is Carol Ann a doll there?
Carol Ann is totally a doll there. I'm sure they were like, here's what we're going to do. Let's dangle the kids upside down and do this. And somebody was just like, that's, we're not doing that.
See, look, the little legs kicking.
Oh, no.
Okay, now that's the kid.
That was her.
Come on with your little kid hands.
What about the doll? They're going to leave the clown? Rude.
The clown was a messenger for them. I'm still sticking with my clown as a demonoid theory. Like it was always watching them.
Yeah, there is no... Oh, there you go.
Oh. And this footage is used as flashbacks in part 2.
This is this is almost the funniest part of the movie. Like, it's all just in your face at this point, right? Like,
yeah, it all just...
You got James Cameron having a panic attack.
Ninja. Aye. My son was in the pond too. Martin, my son was in the pond.
Where's keys, man? Hurry up.
The keys. Oh, the keys. Just open his door for him. Fucking.
How many keys does he have? Like,
right. Well, he's again. That's just the scared shitlessness of it.
Yeah.
Ah. Woo. Oh.
That's
Big trailer shot.
Yep. Very big Spielberg moment there, though.
That was in every trailer. That was about as big as they're here.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like the neighborhood looks pretty good for all this in the second one.
That shot made it look like the Lethal Weapon neighborhood.
Right?
Riggs and Raj driving out in the station wagon. It's my wife's car, Riggs. Big shot. Signature shot. You know, Turner Classic Movies, between movies would play like the making of Poltergeist.
Mm.
And most of it was about like that particular shot there. Boom. Yeah, how do you explain that? Everybody saw it. How did they get paid off?
Carol Ann was brainwashing them. They explain it in the third one, obviously.
Oh, right, the doctor, yeah. Dr. Jerk. Mass hypnotism. Mass hypnosis there.
She made you think.
She made you think her entire house just disappeared into
But
nothing.
Really,
but what you saw. Holiday Inn. Somewhere Chevy Chase is about to jump in a swimming pool with Chrissy Brinkley.
Holiday, bro. And
get on in there and go to sleep.
And here comes
2, 3. Right. Enough of that shit.
But I mean, it's also like you've got a movie that's got an ending like that.
Yeah.
Why don't you try to duplicate it in one of your fucking sequels? Right?
They couldn't. The talent wasn't there.
The talent wasn't there.
Camera.
Okay, you know what else this reminds of is Gremlins a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. It even makes a statement at the end. You know.
Okay, so yeah, Kathleen Kennedy, so Amblin-y.
Yeah, this was Amblin.
Fenton and Feinberg. Oh, look at that crane. Look at that shit. Oh, God.
See, the TV version for years and the original, I think, DVD version had all of this sped up. It was really weird.
Dirk Blocker. Yep, there you go.
Dirk Blocker. Yep. Who was also in one of my favorites, Midnight Madness. As Blaylock.
It's one nice crane shot.
Oh, yeah. That was great.
Yeah, it's like this. the sort of Alan Howarth special sound effects. There you go. In association with Alan Howarth. It's like this. Craig T gets the top billing in the cast, yeah. But there's like a we call it the Sunnyland. It's also ILM, right? The second one wasn't ILM, right?
No, hell no.
Yeah.
The second one was budget all the way.
But there is like the sort of Amblin Spielberg branded stuff that like got very diluted by the late 80s, right? But like still at this point, the executive produced or even produced by Spielberg thing was cool. If this hadn't been a movie, this would have been a segment on Amazing Stories. I bet you. Wire work, like
special wire performance. Damn it.
MGM tapes and records for the soundtrack, but
Warner
marketed
Books
by
novelization. Ultracam.
That's fucking creepy. Creepy little laughing.
Allegedly, that's the freed souls in Glee that they're released. Poltergeist.
All right. So yes, let's see what the IMDb trivia has here. If there's anything for our little quick read through here. But there really is no reason to watch Poltergeist 2 or 3. Like,
nope. They're about as useless sequels as Teen Wolf 2 is to Teen Wolf.
Okay. Heather O'Rourke kept the goldfish. Both of Robbie's tears were from Spielberg's fears as a child. Clowns in the Tree. Only one thing ever scared Heather O'Rourke: when the wind machine blew toys around her. Drew Barrymore didn't get the part because she wasn't angelic.
Wow.
Okay, so we didn't comment on this at the time. When Steven tells the parapsychologist his family members' ages, he says that Dana, his oldest daughter, is 16 and that the wife is 32. Many viewers interpret this to mean that Diane was only 16 when she gave birth to Dana, which is how math works. However, the novelization explains that Diane is the stepmom, but of course...
Oh, you're kidding.
That's not in continuity, people. James Caron was also a spokesman for supermarkets and received hate mail for... Yep. Received hate mail because of how he treated the Freelings.
But he always played that guy, though.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, what kind of letters did he get for what he did in Return of the Living Dead?
He played the Weasel in Return of the Living Dead.
Okay, here you go. Ready? There is a jump cut from the scene where Diana's explaining to Steven about the feeling you get when the spirit pulls you across the floor. The scene jumps mid-sentence to the scene where they're both at the neighbor's doorstep, again in mid-sentence. The reason for the cut is because Steven says how much he hates Pizza Hut, and it was edited after Pizza Hut complained.
God. That's for real.
Human skeletons were used because it would be too complicated and expensive to get fake ones. Jo Beth Williams was not made aware of that. Craig T. Nelson did a direct TV commercial as Stephen Freeling in 2008.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was they were doing a lot of those. I think Pat Morita did one for the Karate Kid. It was kind of funny where they would like take signature scenes and put them back in the scene. I think they have a few of those on YouTube.
Originally given an R rating, but they appealed and got a PG out of it. There are lyrics to Carol Ann's theme. You can find them on the internet.
Oh my God, no! It's already. I don't know. It's like you say. It's a good score, but that theme's a little haunting, creepy, a little.
Mm-hmm. You would think that they would have, run with that with the second one, use the lyrics if they already had them.
Well, they had that other song. Reverend Kane's like creepy. In his holy temple. The lyrics to Carol Ann's theme is probably like some "I Dream of Jeannie" shit.
Oh God! The giant ghost is Reverend Henry Kane. If you yep, there you go. Zelda Rubinstein didn't like Tobe Hooper because she thought he had a drug problem.
Whoops.
Was he smoking that pot out of the cigar box? Oh wow! Critics gave Jerry Goldsmith's score a bad notes, which is rude. There was an actor cut out of the movie who was the Dr. Beatrice Straight's mentor or something.
What?
Yeah. The original cast of the movie included veteran actor Edward Ashley, who portrayed Dr. Leish's older and wiser colleague who convinced her to bring Tangina to handle the case. This scene was cut.
Oh. Huh.
Sounds like the Mark Victor and Michael Grayus did make major contributions to things. Come on, hold on. We're almost there. Dr. Leish's whisper monologue that night is based on some pop psychology book that would have been popular at the time. Steven Spielberg had Michael Kahn edit this one instead of E.T. because Spielberg felt this one would be harder to edit. And then Goldsmith says he only worked with Spielberg to compose the score. So no Tobe Hooper. So, I mean, maybe that's some of why it's got such a weird lack of appreciation legacy, right? Like, it's not a very simple thing where you can talk about how it was made.
It's a real patchwork, It's actually, I admire it for being that much of a collaboration, but it's a damn Spielberg movie.
Right.
Tobe, I'm sure he rested easy a lot of the time because he probably didn't have to do much, His days were probably short on, set. And then it's not hard to imagine Spielberg doing a lot of this in his spare time from E.T.
Right. The tone is often very similar.
And it's all in the same place.
Exactly. Speaking of Steven Spielberg, should we announce next season?
Yeah.
All right. Season 3 is going to be the Jaws quadrilogy.
You guys excited? We're excited.
Especially since 4 is only 89 minutes. So once you get through that, there's at least something somewhere the rest of the time. But
yes, Jaws 3. We're kind of going to bring a little justice to Jaws 3 because it's been
it is time. It's
been very unfairly scrutinized over the years, and I'll say it now, and I'll probably say it when we do it. It's a bad Jaws movie, agreed, but it's a great monster on the loose film, So you can't really.
It's a fine creature from the Black Lagoon 3 remake or whatever.
The pacing's not bad. I mean, it's not even that long.
No, 96, I think. So, but we'll get to that. We gotta wait. We gotta get through.
We gotta
get through some of the other ones.
Get out of the bloody water!
We gotta get through Academy Award winner Michael Caine. So that'll be starting up soon.
Yes.
I don't know. There's not really much to sum up with the Poltergeist franchise. It's not a franchise. So
We kind of failed to just give a little footnote on the series. There was a kind of distaff or a kind of I don't know, distant cousin offshoot, you could call it, called Poltergeist: The Legacy, which was one of those syndication bits shows where they it played on the weekends, or I think it started on Showtime or something, and then went in syndication. Very much like Friday the 13th, the series. You know, just using a property. I think it's somehow tangentially, or however you say that shit. It's somehow related to the Poltergeist franchise. Not directly, though.
Hold on. The concept of the legacy. It's a secret society, and they were the ones who helped get her back in the first movie. So it's Thorn. What if Thorn were good?
God.
So it ran for 4 seasons. It was very Canadian. And
yeah, like all syndicated action shows from the 90s.
Looks like Showtime for the first 3 seasons and Sci-Fi for the last one. Your biggest stars were, probably Daniel J. Travanti and Helen Shaver, really. Like, who's Derek Lint, Martin Cummings, and Robbie Chong?
Robbie Chong. That's Tommy Chong's other daughter.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
There you go. She's the Don Swayze
daughter.
of the Chong. Okay. The Don Swayze of the Chong family.
Wow. So
she's the Frank Stallone of the Chong family.
Yeah, if you want to watch Poltergeist, it looks like it's out on DVD, or The Legacy. It's out on DVD. I don't think.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
I don't think so. They keep dangerous artifacts. They have different teams in different towns.
It's a bigger version of Friday the 13th. Kind of.
Special rings.
Because the whole concept of Friday the 13th was cursed items in an antique store or something.
Isn't that Warehouse 13 too?
More likely, yeah.
It filmed in Canada, but took place in San Francisco, so I'm sure that looked very realistic. I love this in the Wikipedia. Season 2 can be found on Amazon.com as DVD-R under license of MGM. It will be burned on request when ordered. Okay, so there you go. Poltergeist: The Legacy. Sadly, nobody from the movies ever got so desperate they guest starred.
No.
But so Poltergeist. See Poltergeist. Don't see Poltergeist 2 or 3.
Yeah, don't bother with the sequels.
It's pretty simple. When people shit-mouth sequels, they're talking about Poltergeist.
Yeah, for the most part. Really, really bad sequels. Of course, then again, we did mention Amityville, and
yeah, but Amityville sucks all the way through.
Yeah, Amityville's not even. Yeah.
Yeah, there is that problem. But yeah. So we won't be doing Amityville. We don't have enough time.
No.
There's too many. There's too many.
It's too many. Too many.
Also,
and
they're not.
Too many. None of them are.
No, they're just all miserable anyway. So it's just like, no, you don't get to the good one at the end. So at least we'll have that to remember as we dig in on Jaws: The Revenge next episode. Don't know how to prepare anybody for that, but it's coming.
Oh, it'll be all right.
All right. Well, I do not think I will have time to read the novelization where there's a ghost voodoo shark, but I wish I did.
All right. Yeah.
Yep. Ghost voodoo shark. But we'll save that for next time.
All right.
All right, everybody. Thanks for
thanks for hanging out and listening. And I guess we say goodnight to Carol Ann for one last time.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Rest easy, little angel. All right, we're out. All right. Welcome back to 709 Meridian Season Deuce. I'm D, and this is Andrew.
Hello.
And here we are, like I say again, Season 2, getting into this Poltergeist thing. Also, if you would like to listen to our commentaries unsynced, there will be an unsynced edition.
Yes.
Uploaded.
That's on the YouTube and in the podcast. So either place you can find the unsynced. Though Poltergeist 2, we just discovered is only 91 minutes. So it's actually
this might be
shorter.
Harmless.
Yeah, we'll see.
This may just actually be harmless. I don't remember this one being horrible, but we'll
find out.
The original.
I did just notice too that we'll have to look for it. The voice is not Julian Beck; it's Corey Burton. He did the voice on this one too. Which
really,
that's what IMDb says, uncredited. We'll have to wait until afterwards to zoom the trivia and see if it's see if maybe they filled in after Julian Beck died, because it's one of those movies. It's a multi-curse poltergeist.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not like there are multiple versions of this, so we're just watching the regular one, folks. So
yeah, I don't recall any like cut where there's extra scenes or
for some reason Shout Factory did not increase the runtime on this. So all right. You ready for the countdown?
Yes.
All right. Starting in 3, 2, 1, play.
I got the glorious MGM logo.
That's classic.
Vintage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the flashy MGM UA.
Yeah. The big CG with the eye and all that.
All right, so
already we're just away from suburbia.
Yes, this is where Freddy stranded that kid in 2, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Will Sampson. And we're immediately cutting to.
Oh yeah.
Yep. We're not messing around. It is time for the other side.
Big Will Sampson.
Yep.
On the set somewhere, because that is not.
Did they explain how he gets up there? I mean, they didn't just then, but.
Oh, he climbed up there like Captain Kirk.
All right.
Bare knuckle. He carried the old man on his back.
And the singing is making the fire change colors. Oh, nope, we got spirits. So now Poltergeist 2 came out in 85. So they waited 86. That's right, 4 years.
Yeah. Just to bring this together, follow up to smash hit Poltergeist, which I would say that. Oh yeah, the original?
No, I know, but did it get like re-releases? Was it that popular?
It was big. I don't know if there was a re-release though. But it had the, pomp and circumstance, whatever it was mentioned, especially because Spielberg and all that.
Yes. Spielberg has nothing to do with this one, folks.
Absolutely nothing. And you'll be able to tell.
Neither does Tobe Hooper, of course. And Tobe Hooper, they really mustn't have wanted to. I can't remember. He doesn't talk about the first. They don't talk about the making of the first one that much. And so I imagine that he was not considered for this one, but this one's directed by Brian Gibson, who would go on to he was a music video director And the most notable thing he went on to was What's Love Got to Do with It with
Wow.
Angela Bassett.
Huh.
Okay, and then we have a nice matte shot there.
Very, very matte shot.
Very, very matte shot, especially for 1986. Like,
Didn't even try to make that look real.
nope.
That was some Bob Ross business going. Oh,
All right, so here we get a flashback from the original.
traveling through to the
Suburbia, yeah. Mesa Hill
old neighborhood.
with tumbleweeds, but it still has some residents. So
It just looks very
not here
depleted.
though. Yes, everybody's selling.
You built them on top of the tombstones. They didn't move the graves. You just moved the tombstones. Oh, look at that. It's very dusty and
Yep. And he can see the flashback to the original there.
now I think in movie time, this is only supposed to be about a year
Okay.
or so.
Which is where we start running into the problems of Heather O'Rourke never aging.
Right.
The Jerry Goldsmith music already is much better than the next one. Richard Edlund
Oh, yeah.
doing the visual effects. Nice.
Not bad. Andrew Laszlo. Wasn't he also on he did Ghostbusters, right?
Can't remember who shot that one. Here's the remnants of the house. Oh,
We have early on
Zelda.
Big Zelda.
She just got back from Exorcist 2 or whatever and is excavating here. So yeah, the first one, the punchline is sort of that they built this development on a Native American burial site and didn't move the bodies. But in this one, we find out that it's
a cult.
Yeah, it's like a white cult, actually.
Yeah. Led by an evil, very evil Reverend Kane.
Who sort of appears in the next one, but not that much because
Right. He becomes a boogeyman in the next one.
too much power. Let's see.
Oh wow. Will Sampson's doing his
He's doing
Loomis
his own
thing.
stunts, yeah.
All in that water there. Very dedicated. Ah! Now, what if he ran into the Goonies down there?
Right. I mean, it's not Amblin, so probably not. Andrew Laszlo.
He did something, I recall.
He did. He did a bunch of stuff. All right, here we go. Oh.
Yeah.
It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark. He did a bunch of stuff. Okay, so he did The Warriors, he did
Warriors,
Funhouse, Southern Comfort, First Blood, Streets of Fire, Remo Williams, Inner Space, and Star Trek V.
Ah.
And here we get the Poltergeist theme, which they don't use in the next one.
No.
It's also gone. Oh, look at Craig T. Nelson trying for a mullet and not really working out for him.
And this is the returning Freeling family minus, of course, their eldest daughter from the first film.
Oh, wow. Look at his hair. So
he's got a Captain Ron.
Oh, she's got the.
Oh yeah, she's got the gift.
Shining. Yeah. Now, is that his mom or her mom? Because that could also be then Nancy Allen's mom.
I think it's her mom.
Which means that Nancy Allen could have had The Shining if somebody had been paying attention.
Oh, she was too miserable to care. Oh, see? No televisions for the Freeling family. They use electronics, but just no TVs.
And it's the 80s, so electronics go very bad.
Yeah.
Oh, what's she drawing?
Oh, see that? See the use of Carol Ann's theme.
Mm-hmm. I wonder. Yeah. Wow.
See, they've established that this poor girl is just.
Yeah, it's kind of hard having. I mean,
she's got issues already. Carol Ann was going to be Dark Phoenix when she grows up. Gee, I hope nothing tragic happens to Granny. She's sure very wise.
Mm-hmm. This is another one of those movies where they're trying to duplicate the aspect of the first one, right? With the Panavision. And it's just kind of like not everybody's Tobe Hooper with Steven Spielberg being a control freak behind him.
No.
You know, it's like,
yeah, it's not. It's just not. Uh-oh. See?
Yep.
This is just a year after, but they clearly all look
Quite a bit
several
older.
years
Yes.
older.
Carol Ann can form complete sentences now.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so that is her mother, which means that is Nancy
Mhm.
Allen's mom from the next one too, which means
And the mother has gotten rid of her gray streak
that's right.
from the first one.
Yeah.
And Craig T here has just lost it.
Uh-huh. It's like You watch Poltergeist 1, you're like, why didn't Craig T. Nelson do more stuff in the 80s? Then you watch this, you're like, that's why Craig T. Nelson didn't do more stuff in the 80s. Just waiting for that coach call. Like,
But you know what? Thinking about him now that we've lost William Hurt, who better to do Thunderbolt Ross?
that would be a good fill-in. That would be a very good fill-in. On the other hand, Disney is just going to CGI him, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, God. I don't know. Maybe he's got that Disney goodwill for being, Mr. Incredible.
Did they ever do an Incredibles 2? They did, right?
They did. That's exactly it. It's
Okay.
forgettable. It's nowhere near as good as the first one. And it looks like a staple mullet. I don't think that's actually his hair.
I don't think that's his hair. He intentional. They were like, he needs a mullet. Our audience really expects him in a mullet. Uh-huh.
That's a stuck on the back of a baseball cap mullet. See, they're pretending that she's still 4.
Uh-huh. We've got our first TV.
Call back to the original there. No. No TVs, damn it.
And here we go.
Our first look at the just sinister Reverend Kane.
That walking through a person special effect thing was probably incredibly difficult. Like, you can't really understand how just put in the Jaws music.
Yeah. Very frightening Julian Beck. Scared the living daylights out of a generation of kids.
I mean, as is appropriate, if some, creepy old white guy comes up to you and starts telling you he's going to sing you a song.
I'm going to sing you a little song.
Oh, my daughter who was possessed by ghosts is missing and I wasn't paying attention to her. I'm mom of the year.
Right. That kid should have a low jack on her, damn it.
How far away did Carol Ann get?
Oh, they were hustling, I guess, to get to the store. Because she wasn't that far behind him. He's dressed like the kingfish from Amos and Andy.
Uh-huh. I didn't say they were good special effects. I said I bet they were hard. Okay, look at all the cat stuff. That's kind of weird.
Mm.
So Carol Ann, yeah, so the Carol Ann Shining does not return for the next one, unfortunately.
Not really.
Outside the ghost stuff, right? Like, other than that.
Yeah. She's one of the original X-Men. She has something, but it's not exactly whatever it was in this, you know.
Okay, so
Uh
yay, flashbacks. But
extensive flashback.
how much of this movie is flashback? That's like the problem with doing the two shot in Panavision is you got Joe Beth Williams trying over there, and then you had mom just like waiting for something to respond to. It's just like
Yeah, like, all right, here we go.
the mid 80s are infamous for framing for the Panavision cut or for the Pan and Scan cut.
Yeah,
So like they're
they're not
much
making
better. Yeah.
any use of like the space. Uh, Sleeping with the parents still. See,
The first movie obviously went through a rewrite. This is from the writers and writer. This is written and produced by the writers of the first one, but clearly the first one somebody else worked on it. Like
oh, for sure.
it might be credited. I'm just not clacking away to find it right now, but
No, this is mm,
well, these guys, all they did after this was Marked for Death. Yeah, that's who they started with. Death Hunt, which was Lee Marvin and Charles Bronson, I think. And
oh wait,
now
Victor
yeah,
Grice. Okay,
yeah,
so that's
Mark
why it looked
Victor
familiar.
and somebody Grice. Yeah, they are
Hey,
the.
Mark for Death was the best Seagal from back then.
Is that the
That was the one with
one? The
the
coma?
posse, the Jamaicans,
Oh, the Jamaicans. I can't remember.
with the twin.
I can't remember.
The heavy was twins, and he had the greatest line at the end where he kills the twin. He's like, "I hope they weren't triplets." Oh, here we go. This was the teaser trailer. And now
Except
we know.
grandma's dead.
Yeah.
We don't get a reaction shot of the mom finding the body.
No. No indication that grandma was sick or
Nope. She
she's just old.
she very much movie died. Gotta move shit along here. We're already 22 minutes in and we haven't had Zelda Rubinstein back.
Nope.
I mean, maybe Nancy Allen's mad because Joe Beth Williams doesn't call her right about now.
Right. Or maybe she's not taking the calls. Because remember, she's the asshole of the family. Nancy Allen. She's just like the snob.
Okay. Flashing back to when they were when she was happy and gardening. Nancy Allen, meanwhile, is inside with Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, to be fair, nobody has ever done a movie where it's a wholesome or a happy afterlife mainstream Hollywood movie. That's not a thing, like.
No. Well, they tried, right? With that damn a couple of times.
I mean, they've tried, but it never works out.
That awful one with Timothy Hutton. That really bad one.
That wasn't Date with an Angel, right? That was a different one.
Yeah, it was the one where
My Step in Heaven or some shit.
Something they're in heaven, right?
Yeah.
And then they send him back to life.
Yeah.
So he can find what's her name.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And they tried that shit in the 90s too, right? Oh, there we go.
They did Robin Williams did
Williams did it, but so did
horrible. Oh, and we got the zombies from Thriller making a cameo here.
These are not great zombies.
No. Those are like background zombies.
Well, in the close-ups, they were models, and in the long shots, they were people in makeup. So it's just like,
right.
And now we've got the haunting happening here. Why is the phone in his room now? And he's still got that robot from the first one? I would have gotten rid of those toys.
No, they share a room still.
Did they establish that before?
Yeah.
No, they did? Okay.
Yeah, the phone was just on the floor.
And we've got our leftover from Close Encounters clouds coming in.
There's absolutely nothing creepy about any of this.
No.
Although that's kind of a cool effect, right?
That's a cool effect. Like, this one's got all of the scale, but nothing to do with it. What the fuck is this shot? Like,
yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's your teaser trailer right here. I do remember this. Do you remember this? Well. Oh, wow.
Oh, here starts the chanting music. Okay.
Right. If you thought the nightmare was over. Oh, look, an ET poster.
Yep. Somebody should have told them less would have been more with the music during this sequence.
Yeah, right? The closet.
Dude, look at Craig T. Nelson holding in his tummy. Like he's flexing that shit. Look at that. I can see him flexing
it. He's 50s in shape, out of shape guy.
Is holding that tight, man. Like,
He's doing
got
a
his
Charlton Heston
his core is tight.
rated PG-13 this summer.
What other sequels would there have been in 86?
86. This
Nothing.
was
This was it.
Yeah, this was it. This was like anticipated, but
Because we were
8. I remember I was in California when they dropped this. That was the first time we went to California for vacation. This was playing across the street at the big multiplex from the hotel we were at. I remember it had a big display and shit in the lobby.
86, Star Trek 4.
Oh, well, that's what was blowing this out of the water then. I don't recall anybody really running to this, even though it was anticipated,
Well, because I think we talked about it last time. Poltergeist was like the only PG horror franchise.
Right.
So Poltergeist was a PG movie, right? Like, is that a Saturday Night Fever machine? That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Saturday Night Fever pinball. All right, so now they're
arrow in there.
The diner. Is he having a beer or dirty water? He's having a beer.
Brewski. He had a bottle and he said, "Give me a glass."
Of Budweiser. Like,
see, now note his mullet is gone.
Oh shit, it is.
Or maybe he cut it for the mother's funeral or something.
The cut mother's funeral. He also looks younger than he did at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Are there any PG franchise? No, I'm trying to think because like The Exorcist was an attempt at a horror franchise and that bailed out, but like that had Linda Blair.
You didn't see 3 till
90.
90.
Yeah, and it had none of the
nobody.
What is that? Look at that backdrop. Like,
oh my God. This is a leftover Amazing Story set.
I mean, maybe, or it's Three Amigos. They were like, "Hey, do you guys have the Western
with the cactus?"
Come with me if you want to live.
Damn it!
He looks much younger than he did in the opening. Like,
yeah. The temples aren't as gray.
wow.
Oh, he's taller.
What was Will Sampson in? Was he in Outlaw Josie Wales?
That Cuckoo's Nest, right? When they in
No, hold on. Let's see. I thought Cuckoo's Nest was somebody else.
I thought it was him and
Maybe. Let's see. Yep. Cuckoo's Nest. You are correct, sir.
didn't he do some Stephen King, right? I thought he did.
He was in Firewalker.
Oh, wow.
That would have been his last theatrical release.
Oh,
Yeah, so he did this. He did Orca. He was in White Buffalo. He was in Buffalo Bill.
Mm.
No Stephen King. He was in an Amazing Stories, though, it looks like.
I'll be damned.
No, he's in an American Playhouse. Sorry. Maybe that's where the set's from.
Probably.
I like this idea that Carol Ann reads a lot. Well, I'm just, So we are, in addition to discovering this was 91 minutes, we also discovered it was cut down from 131. So who the hell knows what this movie actually, like 40 minutes is a different movie, like completely.
Well, there was, a lot of talk of I think they were supposed to be on the other side a lot sooner than what they settled on for the final cut. And the effects just were not there, I think. So it might have been another case of like part 3 where there was a sequence that was supposed to be more elaborate than what they got,
Right.
what they ended up with.
There's a butterfly nest or something? What?
He's doing mystical Indian shit.
Why is he living in a tent in their yard?
Scared of the house.
Uh-huh.
So that bottom half of the face there, Chief.
You're not a man. This is friends and lovers and families of their own. Like,
Joe Beth Williams, D. Wallace Stone, and Terry Garr all played this part throughout the entire 80s. Oh. Don't. Oh, finally. Jesus.
Why did we have 7 minutes? Like, we had like 5 minutes of this. Like,
oh, something creepy's happening. Wow, in a Poltergeist movie.
well, they're back in that. Like, we're not dealing with the ghost invasion. We're just going to assume that Will Sampson's going to keep him away.
Right. He's supposed to ward off. and if need be, have a showdown.
With the very obvious villain.
Yeah. Because now he's just kind of taunting and menacing the family. Yeah. Do they not have neighbors here?
What? He's walking up their walk. Why are they not? Yeah, finally, Craig.
Why is Craig hiding behind the kid? uh, it's evil Mr. Rogers. The dog should be like, "Argh." My name is Ho.
Where's Will Sampson at?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Craig T is slowly turning into Dennis Quaid.
Okay, he's taller than
Uh,
but I mean, like, he's an evil ghost, right? So like
yeah.
he's got a whole spiel for his evil ghost.
And his whole shtick is very, I'm a demon. You need to get me in this house. Either that or a vampire.
Hmm.
Oh, here
Oh,
we go.
but this is under their house, right? Like,
Their original house, yeah.
yeah. See, Joe Beth Williams has got The Shining too.
I guess it's their side of the family.
Mm. Because there's been one scene where the little boy hung out with Will Sampson. That's Craig T. Nelson's not man enough anymore. Why did they even bother with the mom character, the grandma? Like, you didn't need her, right? Like,
Didn't, but it's one of those. She's in tune with what
yeah,
everybody else is, and
I guess we'll see if
he has to
anything.
point it out because the parents are idiots. Yeah, this was the creepiest shit. They said poor Julian Beck actually was like dying at this point, literally. Are you there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No. Does no one else live in this neighborhood?
No, because we haven't even established where we are. They're in California somewhere. Look at the palm
Yeah,
trees.
they're still in California.
She's done with her flashback.
Gee, where the fuck was you, man?
He's like, I heard Reverend Kane was here. I didn't want to see him. Like,
Right, I was hiding in a tent in the back.
right? Like,
I didn't want to get my hat wet.
oh shit. Here we go. It's time for Craig T. Nelson's power. Oh,
He gave him a Dumbo feather. You're gonna fly with this. uh, there he is boozing it.
I mean, he had to get rid of his mullet. He's got to compensate somehow.
Well, you know, in the first one, they established that the parents were potheads.
Yeah. But then
Which-
people noticed that. Like that was one of the infamous things about the first one. So it was scandalous that a family-friendly Steven Spielberg movie would have smoking pot.
Yeah, have them doing what normal parents probably would do, just to just to calm the hell down. Shit. I'm too drunk, man. Mm. Wow,
Yeah.
at this point in the first one, like a billion things have done happened, and
Yeah, we're 47 minutes in and we still haven't like gotten the fucking plot going. Like Carol Ann's not the fucking lead anymore. Mom is not the lead anymore. It's not about grandma dying. It's not about the first ghost invasion of the house.
no,
It's now going to be Craig T. Nelson's manning up as a spirit warrior.
here's where something actually happens. Ah,
Aren't those the
yeah. The ghouls from the front lawn.
looking like extras in Prince of Darkness? She really learned how to talk a lot in the last year. Oh no, that's right. There's a
Yeah, this is
there's a
really bad.
braces thing. Oh damn, that's right. That's a little too real.
Uh,
Not only do they seem fine about the ghosts, mom is not like that concerned about dead mom either. So clearly the
no,
funeral got cut.
life really just went on suddenly.
Oh God. Oh, well, that's slightly better. So this was 1986, which means that they'd seen Superman 3 and were like, you know what people liked? The ending with Annie Ross. Let's do that
Yeah.
again.
That shit came out of his mouth, looked like a Peter Gabriel video. No.
No. Like what?
So what? We're gonna perish Robbie?
We're gonna electrocute the whole fam.
Yeah.
So that was actually better than than being like strangled by the braces. He was sitting down there and he said, "No, I won't help you."
He said, "Hell no," cowering like Scooby Doo in the living room with. Zap. Oh. I am not dead.
Obviously, the first one also does not have this level of detail to the haunting, which is
no.
Literalizing the detail of your haunting is a no. Just
it kind of makes me wonder what the dynamic would have been like if the eldest daughter was around. Oh, now you want to do something, Taylor, huh?
Well, I mean, he's sort of doing something. Like, it's unclear how helpful he is. So far, he hasn't been that helpful.
He hasn't done a damn thing. He's a grifting ass Taylor. what if Reverend Kane was right?
It ends with him and Zelda Rubinstein like taking possession of the property or something and being like, "Oh, there's oil here."
What if they were telling the truth? These grifting ass. They make you believe your house is haunted.
I thought it's all about Carol Ann
Going
taking them
into
to
the
the
light.
light.
Yeah. Or what? They use Carol Ann as a buffer, I guess. Because she's pure and all that. Yeah, get some sleep.
I mean, he tried by being
Have they
creepy
even
to Craig T.
mentioned?
Nelson.
They haven't mentioned the eldest daughter yet, have they?
No, they don't talk about her.
Uh,
There was a scene they cut it.
right, because they do explain at one point. But you're right, they cut it. She's supposed to be at school or something.
Mm. Okay, so now we get the incredibly kind of weird, even for 1986. Craig T. Nelson's going to go on a vision quest.
They're gonna show him how they defeated Pazuzu the first time.
Okay, so Joe Beth Williams just felt the shin in.
And this is obviously Zelda. Little sight gag here.
Here's some of the Outland score in this.
Wait, is that even the same front door
I don't think
to
so.
the house?
No, I don't think it is. Where's the screen? There's the screen.
Yeah, there's the screen.
Maybe it is.
Maybe. It doesn't look like it though.
No. Wait, did Taylor not mention that he knows her?
That would have made more sense. I don't think he did.
We were excavating your ghost graveyard. Look at the Jack Daniels. What the fuck?
They some drinking asses, man. So they giving up the weed for booze.
Uh-huh. More appropriate.
Hard drinking.
Look at her. She's drinking Jack Daniels in the middle of the day.
She took it straight up on the rocks. Shit. Jesus, what is it, 10 o'clock in the morning?
I don't think there's any ice in that. Is there any ice in that? And Zelda Rubinstein's not having anything.
No, that whole bottle is Joe Beth Williams. She's killing that bottle.
And we've established that it's not Craig T. Nelson's because he drinks tequila. So yes, they have his and hers. Yeah,
they each have their own.
Oh God!
He puts his in the toilet bowl. She hides hers under the sink.
Did MGM ever make a franchise on their own that worked out?
Not that I know of. Nothing that had direct sequels, you know? I'm still trying to think. Anything that wasn't like back in the day.
Right.
Because they never had like well, wait. No. Because Pink Panther, that's United Artists, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not not MGM UA.
Right. MGM can, temporarily they were the stewards of
right
James Bond and other shit, but no, that wasn't theirs. And that was just... Why was he just out of focus? What the fuck? He's out of focus. Why is he out of focus?
It's the drunk ass cameraman.
Oh no, it's for effect shots. There we go. Oh, here's where we get the other Jerry Goldsmith music, where he brings on the synthesizers. So Zelda Rubin seems like a archaeologist, ghostiologist now.
Oh, she's a jack of all trades.
Okay.
Uh,
Wait, that's the man.
it's him. You know, the layout of this house is confusing the shit out of me. I'm starting to wonder if they even using the same house as a set. Because the rooms don't even look like they're in the same damn house.
No. Carol Ann's highly clairvoyant. It feels like the opening stuff was shot in a different house.
Yeah,
When mom was still alive.
right.
When grandma was still alive, yeah. I
She
mean,
shut him in
just,
the well of souls.
I mean, it's just another Christian cult, is what it turns out. Like, there
Yeah.
you go.
And this actually was what they say was part of the plot for the possible Poltergeist 4.
They were gonna go
Poltergeist
back in
4 was intended to
time.
be a prequel where
Oh,
we went back to see the origins of Reverend Kane, and there was a particular family that was supposed to be there to die with him. They were the ones that got away because they had a Indian protector. And that one never got made.
it's weird that period piece horror westerns weren't a thing.
Right? Stop wearing brute cologne.
Oh, he's out of focus because there's smoke. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Andrew Laszlo, for questioning your competence.
So what? They went underground
Yes.
for all of that.
Yes.
Why did he not take them to like the, you know,
I mean,
the tower?
they're at the Gorn Hills, right? Like
Yep.
Kirk's fighting the Gorn back there somewhere.
I won't do it, I tell you.
You should take him home. Like,
Those are the looks like that's not far from the ET location. Huh?
maybe they should have established the helmet earlier. I mean,
Oh, that's
okay,
right.
so
He also doesn't work. So
well, no, he was a what's it called, salesman, right? He
I
was
think
a
maybe.
that was when he had the mullet. They cut that. That all got cut.
Oh,
No, he's living off the grandmother's money, like
yeah, the
obviously,
money.
and drinking her booze. Like
She had a hell of a stash.
it's like how Amityville Horror is all like the true story thing is all it was all a hoax perpetrated by the ghost finders. Oh, this is pretty
This
good
is
special
very
effects.
Freddy.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is this is post Freddy too, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, this is around the time part 3 came out.
is it gonna lick him? Is it gonna does the phone lick him or no?
Hey,
Um
hey.
weird.
We got some possible Joe Beth
Weird.
Williams.
Right. Like, this is awkward. This is.
Yeah, this is, again, the whole, hey, this child is not 4 anymore.
Right. Like. Oh, God. Did Joe Beth Williams have like a bad 80s? Like, no. Right? I mean,
her and I'm telling you, her and Terry Garr and D. Wallace Stone. They're the trifecta of, we were in successful things, but didn't really, it never paid off. Because they always played the same part. I would say Nancy Allen too. Like, they all kind of, they were around, but they weren't, they didn't get to succeed where a lot of the 90s actresses did.
Right.
They never got to be Sigourney Weaver or.
But I mean, Sigourney Weaver was in a lot of shit too. Well,
yeah.
Let's see.
Sigourney Weaver had Aliens. None of them had their Aliens.
That's true. Yes. And that was the other thing that was this year was Aliens was 86.
Yeah,
so
Aliens was 86.
The modern redefinition of what a sequel could be, right?
Mm-hmm,
so
yep. And we now have Possessed Craig T. He's singing the song.
And we get Carol Ann's theme. Weird.
This is definitely like Creep Central. Ah.
They should have just had him peeping on the bath, because that, like, the creepy bath, and had
that would have been even creepier. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, Craig's working. Look at him. Look at him with his Julian Beck mannerisms.
Yeah, this is really like.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this every night with them, though? Or at least
sometimes
before
he's too drunk, yeah.
Before they gave up the weed.
Well, because you're drinking.
We both are.
Here we go.
So Reverend Kane's the Joker too?
Yep. I mean, whatever you need. Did they do this because he had died, or was this always...
No.
This must have been a whole thing, because, yeah, this is pretty elaborate. We could have established that she has the doll look when she's scared other times, too. Should somebody use The Shining on him? He's one of those... there we go. Some nice low angle. Where's Taylor?
Right. We could use him right about now. Useless fucking our family
Clearly-
protector.
Craig T. Nelson's time in the sweat lodge did not prepare him for this.
No, because he should have been able to like fight this off a little. Uh-oh. They gave him corpse makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Yeah.
It's the tequila, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The worm.
Oh, is this the vomit monster?
Yeah.
How the hell have we been watching this movie for 80 minutes and it's just like
I know, dude.
there's no
It's just
fucking
like-
movie here. There's just no movie. The third one, it all takes place in the night, right? Ooh.
Yeah.
So like they at least have that going for it, but this it's just like
Yeah, this is just I can't imagine having seen this in the theaters back then because you know how checked out people must have been by this point for them to have to do this.
Dante could
Oh God.
we could have had Joe Dante do this.
That wouldn't have been bad.
Oh, we're doing a full vomit creature. It looks like a villain from Ewoks 2.
Yeah. Yeah, see? It's me.
I've got a body. Yeah. What about Carol Ann? Okay.
Yeah.
They're like, Robbie,
Oh crap. We're getting in this like this is
Only got-
almost the climax of the movie.
it's only got 19 minutes left. Like,
Damn.
she didn't tell anybody that Zelda Rubinstein came over. She didn't tell them about the fucking her flashback, right? Like, instead, the kids are fucking missing again for at least the second time, maybe the third time in the movie. It's just like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
There's just nothing suspenseful about this.
no, it's just a fucking
There's no-
mess.
Yeah.
Like,
This is really slapped together.
and it's just like, what is the other one just longer and worse, or or is it somehow like, who knows? But also, it's very weird that nobody's ever talked about recovering it in any way.
Yeah.
Craig T. Nelson and the Multiverse of Madness here. Sam Raimi, 1986. No, he hadn't made Evil Dead 2 yet.
He was doing one of them, right?
He was doing 2 though. Like, so now is when he uses his secret magic that
whatever the
Will
hell
Sampson
that was.
blew up his nose. Now
Just
he's
to-
using it to fight back.
And
which
that's
is-
all it took.
Yep. It's very
Just to get rid of
convenient.
whatever the hell monster that was. The chandelier is still intact, folks.
What's his face? The guy who did Night of the Living or Return of the Living Dead, even, right? Like, they had people. Dan
Savini?
O'Bannon. No, Dan O'Bannon directed
O'Bannon,
it, didn't he? Yeah. They
Yeah.
had people who fucking made perfectly good 80s horror movies, right? Like,
Oh yeah. I think they turned away from it because, like you say, it's PG, and they would have had to.
it's PG, but it's fucking gross, right? Like, that is the
Yeah, they
other
could
thing,
have
though.
found some angle to that.
But I mean, well, I guess the first Poltergeist, people forgot about the first Poltergeist in a way too, right? Like, it never had the rediscovery that Halloween did. Nobody was
No,
ever, Tobe Hooper is not revered the way. Uh-huh.
yeah,
Wasn't that in Raiders of the Lost Ark?
that's what it looked like.
It looked like a combination of thriller cutscenes and Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders of the Lost Ark. Oh, they weren't about to do the same shit twice. Come on. What?
Not when you can do this. Oh, nope, there it's the
See, how is all of that the same house?
Grandma had money. Everybody wants that land.
I guess so, because
He couldn't get the garage door open there. I bet they cut like a 10-minute scene with him trying to open the door.
trying every key individually. No, damn it.
Here we go. Nope.
Oh, that's right. There was a point where this was supposed to be 3D too.
Oh my
And
God.
some of the
Oh,
effects were redone.
here's the chant theme again. Mm,
There's just nothing at all like scary about
no. The dog.
the
Oh,
dog.
dude. Let that dog go. That's just
Right. Stupid dog. Just let him go.
it's okay though. It shocked him, but not enough. The shitty car.
Here we go.
Ah, there you go.
Chainsaw. What the
That's the 80s, man.
This was a nod to Tobe Hooper, probably.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, this was all supposedly in 3D at one point.
That would make more sense. Yep.
The dog is not even barking. Like,
No. The dog is wondering why the humans are all acting so silly.
yeah, what the hell is going on with you guys? Ah! The hell were the chains attached to?
The
Oh wow.
grandma's winch system or whatever. Yeah, there's nobody else in this neighborhood.
Nobody else lives in this neighborhood, but there's a bunch of houses.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's another reason why this movie kind of sucks. Like, there's no other outside people.
Yeah.
Remember the first one? You had the scientists, and you had
You had the boss,
Zelda
you had the
and
friends,
boss, yeah, the neighbors, and yeah. This feels like such a budget sequel.
They spent all the money on the special effects.
Oh yeah. Taylor's an alcoholic too. Shit. Taylor wakes up in a lot of strange cars.
Is he back? Are they done? Are Zelda and Taylor out of this?
No, because
Wait.
I think they
Okay, they've got to go back to the house now. We somehow
to go settle up.
We talked over.
For some weird reason, they have to go back.
It's got the same driveway layout as the current house. That's interesting.
Right.
Left the dog in the car. That's hopefully.
Oh yeah.
All right. So there's 11 minutes left. Are we going to go to the other side in the last 11 minutes? Is that the
Briefly, very briefly, even though their plan was to go, it was supposed to be a whole sequence.
Zelda Rubinstein's got her 80s vest on?
It's one of those.
It's got a lot of
Starfleet
pockets.
Exclusives.
Yep, it's got a lot of pockets. She can put a lot of stuff in there. Is that a Kane sign on the or Thorn sign on the wall there? No, it's
Kane being an agent of Thorn would have been.
No, it's wall paintings from the white settlers who Kane starved to death.
Yeah.
Like they got bored and drew.
Yeah, let's have our kids walk around these corpses. And
what happened to Jo Beth Williams yelling at Taylor that she needed her kids to have normal lives?
Right? And there we go.
Did they just go to the Phantom Zone?
They just got
Supergirl
to the Phantom Zone, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You will kneel before me, Jor-El.
Not Richard Edlund's best work there.
That's it.
And we never go back to the tower?
Oh,
from the beginning?
absolutely not.
Because Freddie was using, no, that was 84. He used it in 84 for that shot. Or no, 85.
Mhm.
How long has he been down there?
Taylor has got to be one of the most useless fucking dudes, man.
Okay, we also have no return to the warrior paint that they were learning how to do.
No, of course not.
I can't imagine why the boy never didn't want to go on acting after this shit.
I probably would have thrown in the towel too. I mean,
yeah, that's.
What else did he have to look forward to with Poltergeist 3?
Oh, wow. The chanting. Oh, shit. It's where Van Helsing fights Frankenstein's, or not Frankenstein. It's where Van Helsing fights Dracula.
They're in the opening credits of Supergirl. They're in the Mutara Nebula.
They should have just had a really inappropriate, like, make out right there. Okay, and that's apparently Kane in physical form. What the hell is this? Grab the phallic symbol, Craig T. Nelson. Grab it.
Oh my God. She's gonna fall into Candor.
So at some point between this movie and the next movie, Kane decides he's going to lead those people to the light. And it never fucking occurred to Zelda Rubinstein to do it herself.
No.
Those are some very Clash of the Titans special effects there.
Yeah, but Clash of the Titans was good. This is...
Minus your Harryhausen. Uh-huh. He's lost them. And then it turns into the TriStar logo. This is like the cheapest fucking, like...
This is so bad. Ugh.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's Grandma.
Ah.
Somehow Grandma went to the other side, and well, how come Grandma can't be like a, defender to keep the...
Well, no, that makes no sense, because then they got to the other side, which means that they didn't need her for the third one. Well, that's even more problems with 3.
Yeah. And they're back.
It's all like over. That. And you know what? We got time for our end credits.
Look at that. They were gone, and then they came right back.
That was exciting.
What if Ghostbusters ended like that?
It's not often you see a movie where you're like, Roger Corman really would have improved that, but
that really was so like, that smelled rushed, You call it Poltergeist 2, the other side, and you only on the other side for like 2 minutes. The plot about Taylor in the car was more important than
and he wants that
other
shitty
side
station wagon. That's the whole gimmick, is he wants the shitty station wagon.
That's the whole gist of the movie here.
The cut scene is that it used to be a like drug runner's car, and you pull out the thing in the side, it's a bunch of coke. It's a bunch of pure,
nothing but kilos, yeah.
It's just pure fucking,
Why did the dog run the other way?
It's ready for the movie to be over too. We need a ride home because nobody lives here except 3 blocks down. And also Zelda Rubinstein's not with them.
And it still looks like that a year later.
Well, because everybody moved out, even though the things were localized. So, cool. That was Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
The Other Side.
Here, let's real quick.
Hey, look, George P. Wilbur was a stunt man.
Oh, wow. There you go, Michael Myers. Oh, and we got the paranormal research. Okay.
Psychic advisor. Advisor on Paranormal Phenomena.
H.R. Geiger. He did a bad job on this one. Yeah.
Oh, so that was
yeah.
Puke Monster.
Okay, so let's see. Here we go. Going through IMDb trivia quickly. Heather O'Rourke burst into tears seeing Julian Beck for the first time.
Yikes.
Beck died of stomach cancer after filming, and so Corey Burton dubbed him. Yeah. His gaunt appearance was due to the stomach cancer.
Stunt coordinator, George P. Wilbur.
Film had an original running time of 131, cut down to 91. MGM rushed production and ordered cuts. Zelda Rubinstein was furious about it, saying her best scenes had been cut.
I believe that.
H.R. Geiger was very upset with how they realized his stuff. Let's see. Several scenes that appeared in press stills and promotional materials were cut, including Kane trying to get into the house a second time and confronting Zelda, which we saw, a flying toaster scene.
Oh.
For some reason, the international Laserdisc had an extra scene for the cut. Supposedly real cadavers were used somewhere. At one point, it was to be filmed in 3D, but due to the flops of Friday the 13th, Jaws, and Amityville. Several scenes cut would have explained and clarified things. Taylor was a reincarnation of the Native American who was a member of Kane's cult but broke away. The ones in the first film were were trapped and unable to get to the light due to Kane's powers. Heather O'Rourke disowned the film shortly after its release, saying it was boring and not scary. She would have been 10 at the time, so, you know.
Wow.
She knew what was up.
She knew what the hell was up. Yeah.
The garage originally was going to have the doll come back. Wow, Gene Siskel was a creep about this because he was mad that Jo Beth Williams was nude in this.
Really?
Yep. F. Murray Abraham turned down a role. Probably a good idea. The chainsaw is a possible, an unconfirmed nod to Tobe Hooper. Okay, so during post-production, at least 15 minutes were cut from the film, and the rest were rearranged. Floating toaster was cut. Tangina and Zelda and Kane at the house that we saw at the beginning of. A longer version at the end with the Beast, and longer versions featuring of existing scenes with more dialogue, which would just be great. And then a line mentioning Dana was at college. So basically nobody knows what was in the 41 minutes or whatever, apparently. So yeah, that was Poltergeist 2. Technically better than Poltergeist 3 and shorter, but in some ways it lacks the daring,
no suspense again.
Yeah,
nothing.
Daring do of what's his face? Poltergeist 3 dad. Tom Skerritt.
Oh, Tom Skerritt, yeah.
Tom Skerritt and Nancy Allen brought some kind of personality to 3 that is lacking in 2. Let's see real quick if Wikipedia says anything about the cutscene. Oh, there's a novelization. Seems like all the details about what was cut are directly from the novelization. So who the fuck knows what was, if there was actually a longer version, because none of that makes it on the Wikipedia, which means there mustn't have been much in the way of citations. And filming took place in 1985. So it came out, it had a very short post-production for something that took this freak that had that many special effects.
It shows.
So there you go. That is the end of. Oh, did we miss a credit that said characters by Steven Spielberg?
I know there was.
I don't remember seeing that.
Nope.
Because that would have to be in 3, and that certainly wasn't there. All right. Okay, yeah. So Poltergeist 1's great though. So we'll at least get to talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good one.
Better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sequels, what can you say? It suck. I want to say Poltergeist 2 was anticipated, but
it made $75 million.
I just think that it was one of those word of mouth situations where people said, pass it, skip it.
Yeah, don't go see Poltergeist.
Sucked.
Paul Atanasio wrote, there are movies that make you want to mince words. Then there's Poltergeist 2, the other side. A movie so ineffably bad you can't even find the words to mince. And he hadn't even seen 3 yet. So there you go.
Yeah.
Oh shit, James Caan wrote the novelization. Guy who did Jedi and Temple of Doom.
Okay.
He was also a producer on Melrose Place from 96 to 98, which I had no idea about. So that's interesting. But yeah, once again, it's another one of these movies where the most interesting thing is unrelated trivia. But
everything that's not in the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So shouldn't have watched that either if you watch the sync version. So let that be a lesson to you. The unsynced versions are there for. Yeah. So we'll be back next time with Poltergeist 1, directed by Tobe Hooper, produced by Steven Spielberg, co-written by Steven Spielberg, or at least he has a credit. And then the two buffoons that wrote this one did something to it. And yeah,
who
that's
just coveted the bag and decided to make a knockoff.
Yeah, understanding how that sequel deal worked, right? Where MGM was like, yeah, well, I mean, Spielberg would have been exclusive to Universal by that time. And so, but still, like, whatever. It's MGM. Like,
yeah. MGM was always a mess.
Yeah. Like, until, I mean, shit. Who is Amazon bought? Amazon bought MGM. So presumably they will.
Oh, so that's why RoboCop and shit is always on.
They'll have a new logo for that. But yeah, MGM was always the studio that you wanted to do stuff because, you know, they were one of the original studios, but they did not age into the 80s well.
No, absolutely not. They didn't really. I think Poltergeist might have been their one bona fide hit, right? Throughout the 80s.
Well, because they can always include the James Bond one, so they never had to take much responsibility for that. But Rocky. They had Rocky, right? Yeah. Okay, so they did have Rocky, but that was not their franchise. It also didn't start in the 80s. But
United Artists,
yeah. Oh yeah, and Rocky was UA or was MGM? I don't remember.
Yeah, it was MGM UA.
So yeah, but their biggest hit of the 80s outside of a James Bond or Rocky movie was Rain Man, which will tell you something about MGM and their franchise abilities. Yeah. All right. So Poltergeist 1. We'll be back with that.
And it'll be nice.
It'll be so nice. There won't be periods of, if you listen to the synchronized, there won't be dead silence
there won't be
bewildered dead silence.
Bewildered dead silence and the whole sense of what the hell?
I mean,
you know,
they had Clash of the Titans. They could have made a sequel to that.
They could have. They should have. No, but it was Poltergeist, you know. Everybody was clamoring for some sort of follow-up.
It would be interesting to think about or to look at how the success of Nightmare on Elm Street would have affected that. Because Nightmare on Elm Street was a hit in 84. It was a hit in 85 enough, right? Or when it was 2, the Rush sequel. And then
2 was
this
85.
was right before Dream Warriors. So it's like, were they getting into this because this was their closest thing to Nightmare on Elm Street?
Yeah, everybody was putting their hat into it.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why, later on in 88, they brought back Michael Myers, because, everybody was trying to get that piece of that pie, that horror franchise.
It's fine. Next one's good, though. We promise.
Oh, yeah. 82 classic.
That'll be fun. All right. But this one.
Yeah, this one, it's what most would consider a noise in the background type movie.
At best. Yeah. I think, and with some of these 80s sequels, it would almost be more interesting to watch the pan and scan version at this point, like as a historical relic, than it is to actually try to watch the movie. But I guess that's it from the other side. So
yeah, all what 2 minutes and 32 seconds of it where they actually went to the other side.
I mean, if you can't do better special effects than Supergirl, maybe you shouldn't try. Like, let's just be real. If Monster Squad is gonna, well, that was Richard Edlund too. So it's like, if Monster Squad's gonna knock your pants off compared to Poltergeist,
yeah, Poltergeist, yeah.
I got nothing else. I got nothing else in me.
No,
I got no more words to mince.
No, I'm feeling exactly the way I did after 3. Done and done. Sleep tight, Carol Ann.
Yeah, at least we didn't hear Carol Ann 72 times.
Bajillion times.
Because she wasn't that important in the damn movie. But regardless, at least it's over. The other side. All right.
All right. Season finale.
Coming up. Nothing else to say.
That's it.
Carol Ann will return.
Yeah, Carol Ann will return in the original Poltergeist 1982 classic.
Night, everybody.
Night, y'all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 2, Episode 1 of 709 Meridian, the podcast. Season 2, where we watch a franchise worst to best. And it's going to be a little bit, I don't know, we'll find out if it's difficult with this one. It's going to be a short season because we're just doing the Poltergeist movies, all 3, starting, of course, with Gary Sherman's 1988 magnum opus, Poltergeist 3, People Zero, or whatever. My name's Andrew.
And I'm D.
And we are going to get going on this in a second here. Do we have anything else we want to say before we kick this off?
Not much. It's Poltergeist 3.
Poltergeist 3. All right. And starting. If you don't want to listen to this synced, you can listen to the unsynced version, which is available on YouTube and in your podcast feed. But if you want to listen to it synced with us and watch Poltergeist 3, because I don't know why the fuck you'd want to do that, but you can do that. And we'll be starting in 3, 2, 1, play. And here's the best part of the movie, the MGM UA logo from the 80s.
And no, this is not a Stallone Rocky sequel or Cobra intro credits.
Do Cobra? Damn. All right. So Poltergeist 3 came what?
Wait, was
3 years after 2? 2 years after 2?
2 was 86. So
okay,
yeah.
So 2 years later.
2 years later.
First one was 82, so it took them a while to exploit this franchise. But
actually delayed 2 years later because of unfortunate.
Yeah, the Poltergeist curse was always a big deal when they were talking about it in the 80s and early 90s. It's sort of been forgotten as, I don't know. But for some reason, these opening titles are so fucking long, even though they're not that long. But it's just like, I think it's because the music's bad. Like
music and the Star Trek font that they're using.
They're using a cheap. I mean, at least it's blue on black, right? They could have gone cheaper with white on black, but
which is usually the Poltergeist.
There's a Poltergeist theme, though, right? Like Jerry Goldsmith did the music.
Probably he did this.
No, he didn't do this. No,
he didn't do this.
No.
That's probably why, you know.
But they could have used it. They don't even give this. There's not even a characters created by credit in this. But nope. Wow. Okay, so here we go.
Little Heather O'Rourke.
Just everything in this is long. Like it ought to be watched on 1.5 speed just to speed it up a little bit. But this is, I think, by
Gary the Shame Sherman.
This is my only Gary Sherman movie to date. I've always wanted to see Dead and Buried, but I never have. Apparently, Gary Sherman shitmouthed this just as much as everybody else does, which makes it even more frustrating to watch it, I guess. Like, nobody fucking likes it. There we go. The Sears Tower, or the
Chicago
Willis Tower.
Skyline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Little window washer man there.
The bravest old man in the world.
So this is I was always wondering how they did this without having anybody from the other family in it, like Craig T. Nelson or Jo Beth Williams. No, they just start with her in the Hancock building, and there's the old man,
the Reverend Kane, who was played previously by Gillian Beck, who actually gets a credit for that in this.
Yeah, originally played by, and then he died at some point, right?
Yeah, he died like right after.
So now Nancy
RoboCop Allen.
Yep. What would she have been? 2 years after RoboCop 1? No, 1 year after RoboCop 1.
Yeah, this was a year,
1.
yeah.
Yeah.
She still got the haircut.
There we go. Tom Skerritt, captain of the Nostromo. You got a little...
Everybody's favorite guy dad. Just regular dude.
So, so she's been there a month, and we're getting into all the weird dynamics of this family, which is oddly important to the movie, but then again, not really, because it's terrible, so it doesn't matter. But basically, Tom Skerritt is a good dad, right?
Good dad, you know. You want to go play catch with him.
And here's
I'll do my homework for that guy.
So Lara Flynn Boyle is Tom Skerritt's kid, and that's her wicked stepmom, only the wicked stepmom's like nice to her at this point. So like there's no real conflict.
Right. And because she's a teenager, she's just angsty.
So they're making breakfast, which was what, cereal? Like now we're talking about makeup.
They'll never. Oh, no actual breakfast scene.
No, because instead we've got these amazing 80s costumes, right? Like you've got Heather O'Rourke in a modern Christmas Story like get up of just winter clothing, but then you've got this like mix of every Molly Ringwald costume in a John Hughes movie at once for Lara Flynn
Lara
Boyle.
Flynn Boyle, she's dressed like Molly Ringwald meets Lisa Bonet. She looks like Denise Huxtable. But that hat is Molly.
Oh my God. Just
The sitcom dialogue.
Just the banter. Yeah, like why the hell?
Oh.
This really full elevator. So, okay.
Where are they going?
They are going downstairs to the mall. They live in the building. So this is all right. So according to Poltergeist 3, the John Hancock Center in Chicago has been turned into a tower block. Yeah, from Judge Dredd, where there's living, working, and shopping all in one place.
Yeah. They somehow merged that with the water tower place.
Right. But they put it all together, except it's still under construction. So this would have been what, 88? So Die Hard was 88. Okay, so this was, we hadn't really done skyscraper stuff yet. But like,
wasn't this a really late 88? Right?
Let's see. Poltergeist 3 is came out in, come on. No, June.
Huh.
June 88.
Wow.
So now they've gone down from the residential into the business area and they're getting on a different elevator. Okay, so this is another thing that won't really be important.
Mirrors.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone. I watched this to prepare because I'd never seen it before. So I'm primed to talk about this shit. Okay, there's another woman in a hat. So the fedora thing was
very
styling.
80s.
Very styling.
80s. Super urban 80s.
So now he's just at work. And this is where, yeah, we've got this subplot about building problems.
Yeah. It's a little chilly.
Now, one of the things about this movie is that there is, outside of the main cast, everybody else in it is like some local Chicago actor. If you look them up on IMDb.
Lara Flynn Boyle is a local girl, isn't she? This was like her first movie.
Maybe, yeah. But like the entire supporting cast, yeah, Iowa, but Chicago Performing Arts. Yeah. Okay, now this is Water Tower Place.
Water Tower for real.
I got excited when I saw this because I thought there'd be more here. There's not. This is basically it.
Yeah, that's like just to establish.
Dawn of the Dead in a skyscraper mall. This is not. So this whole plot has involved, or this is fucking.
Yeah.
Okay, this I actually kind of thought was funny. This little kid's a complete asshole. Everybody hates her, including her mom. Like,
yeah. There we go, Mr. Kip Wentz. Kip Wentz as Alex Rogan as Lance Guest in Poltergeist 3.
He does sort of have the Lance Guest.
Yeah, the Lance Guest.
This would have been a year after Adventures in Babysitting, a couple years after Running Scared. So this was like...
Chicago was a like a boutique location
Yes.
for movies
In the late 80s.
in the 80s, yeah.
And
They
so
say it was, I guess, a little easier, maybe too.
Okay, so now the gallery. So she's a gallery owner. So basically, this is like this weird yuppie horror movie 6 years after the original.
Yeah, you went from just small town to urban horror.
Yeah.
This could have been a Candyman movie.
So much talking about this stuff.
Yeah. It's all so important, but it really just takes a back seat.
Yeah, once the ghosts arrive, nothing else really matters. But Nancy Ellen doesn't do any work at work.
No.
She watches everyone else work.
And here we have a glimpse of some creepy shit.
Yes. If it weren't accompanied by the music, it might be a little bit more effective. But instead,
they all stay in the building. You dig?
But it's just such a shitty kid. Like,
yeah, like, why do you have such hatred in your heart at such a young age?
You just don't have nasty kids.
Yeesh. Local.
He's got the elephants pointing inside for good luck, or do they have to point to the window for good luck? Maybe that's a cut subplot. It's in
probably.
I just saw Frankie and Johnny, and it's in there that they talk about how the luck works with elephants. I think they have to be pointed out the window, but anyway, those weren't, which is why Poltergeist 3 happens. But now we're still on this weird things about the building subplot. And
the crack in the mirror.
Cracks in the mirrors. And then this, where you're just like, this is not the best way to shoot this. I was like, what are they looking at? And
it looks very much like, the slime coming down from Alien.
Exactly. You could do the drip and the sound at the very least.
Tell him Victor Freeze better not have been messing around. Yeah, you've been here before, Tom.
So it's ice, but it's not. Okay, the other thing I love about this is she keeps seeing Kane, but she doesn't tell anybody.
Well, because she's already a weird kid.
Okay.
We
will get to that. Oh, here we are.
This is I didn't get this here. Yeah, he must be from Haddonfield.
Threatening little kids is funny. That's when I started liking Kip Woods immediately.
Look, he's got a Moo and Oink sweater, local.
So
now this is a school already for weird kids.
It's a school for gifted, troubled children, but gifted ones. And then
they're giving her hell.
Right. And the reason they know about it is because her shrink here hates her and told the kids. I'm convinced of that. This guy is a complete.
Oh, he's the dick the whole movie.
He's a dick the whole movie, but it's like, could they not get anyone else to do this? Like, did no one want to do
the location
it?
shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You've probably driven by there.
Yeah.
1,400 times, at least.
That's somewhere north.
See, I told you. It's funny. Because where's that kid going? She's going to the dummy school, right? Like she didn't go to the genius school for disturbed kids. She's just going to the dummy school.
Yikes.
I mean, it takes a lot for, what is it? No, yeah, not Friday the 13th. Nightmare on Elm Street 5's teenage scenes to be so much better, but
yeah, because I guess they wrote them on the quick,
Okay, so we're gonna get an explanation of why they do this in a second, but first we've got to establish all these mirrors.
Yeah. Fake ass Xavier school.
Mm-hmm. Are there this many smart kids? Like,
not for it to be a class full.
just say, why do you need a whole school for this? Like,
they would have to come from different like counties and.
Well, and I mean, they've got to be like they've got to like believe in ghosts and shit. Like,
and it's probably an elite school, so a lot of those kids are, nouveau riche.
I don't think they mention it specifically, but I guess, yeah, that's why she's there, to go to this special school.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. This is where he starts talking about how much he hates her.
Right. Oh, yeah. Little Cheryl Ann.
You would think there'd be some sort of privacy or something, like.
Yeah.
But that's his whole bit is just shit talking this little kid.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
There we go. Boogeyman Kane.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave her in a room with a deck of cards.
I don't understand how MGM didn't. Well, no, what am I saying? They made like Rocky 4, right? But like,
yeah,
you would think they would have brought in somebody. This, the late 80s is before people had script doctors come in. Carrie Fisher didn't fix your dialogue yet. This is what movies were like before that.
Is this dude? You just want to hit him anyways. You want to take her coffee mug and just hit him upside his head.
The problem with this movie is it's like not competent enough to be campy.
You needed him to play one of the doctors in The Exorcist 2. You needed just a jerk ass doctor being it.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
The star of the film, folks. The legendary Zelda.
Uh-huh.
Well, Zelda Rubinstein steals your movie.
Yep.
She's like the Billy Barty of this.
Is that exact dialogue from 2? I don't remember. I don't remember who saves her in 2.
They don't go to the other side till like towards the end of part 2. Like for most of part 2, it's the preacher like menacing the family.
Oh.
Oh wow. They're really just referencing the entire franchise.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to establish your continuity.
Just in case you didn't see part 1 and 2.
Right. Because there's so much. Well,
everybody's heard about the tree, right?
All the people in Chicago who worked on this movie or knew somebody who did and were like, hadn't seen Poltergeist. They went to go see this shit and they needed, This guy's a worse fucking shrink than Loomis. Like,
he's like one of those assholes I had to talk to. I just ended up playing Uno with him and shit.
oh my God. So much talking.
Or Heather. She's really not bad though. She's giving us shit dialogue.
Yeah, it's really unfair.
Like she's carrying this shit, actually.
Oh. What were you looking at in the mirror? I don't know. My fucking reflection, dude. What are you talking about? Like,
right. Yeah.
yeah, because it's scarier when you do it like 6 times in a row.
Did you see it? Did you see how she did it? Wow. Oh, you jackass.
Uh-huh.
Son of a.
This made me sad because actually I think we're about to get to the closest thing to a good shot in the movie, but they don't actually have any like Chicago nighttime shots.
Not really. A lot of them are stock, you know.
Like this whole thing is gonna, the reflection there is all stock.
Shit they use in between shots on Family Matters and shit.
I want to know when this scene's supposed to take place because she's going to bed, but he's going to his party. So, like, at most, it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Which means she's like 12 going to bed at 8 o'clock or whatever. Like,
Well, that's one of the big problems of this is that Carol Ann should have been played a little older at this point, and she's supposed to be 12, I guess, right?
I don't know
And
if they
they got her
mention
in
it.
footy
Yeah.
pajamas, and they kept making her the 5-year-old from the first
Yeah.
movie. You know,
This is the closest to the good shot.
like what 12-year-old is still playing with a speaking spell
That was the
in the 80s?
all the rage, right? Like the fucking crappiest thing. They couldn't afford the Rocky 4 robot, so they got a speaking spell.
She could have had a Nintendo or something, at this point. But then again, that's TV, and they had a thing against TVs, so that might be part of it.
'86. Yeah, I don't know. The first time a girl had a computer in a movie, probably not till 1994 or some shit. So
Maybe.
she wasn't going to be Ferris Bueller in it, but
Yeah.
So the dynamic here is Carol Ann is Nancy Allen's niece. Nancy Allen is Jo Beth Williams' sister.
Right.
Tom Skerritt is the one who cares about the kid. Nancy Allen doesn't give a shit about her niece.
I would be more comfortable if he were Craig T. Nelson's brother. Because Nancy Allen just kind of treats her like the pet that they don't want.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Yeah, see? They're likable, but this just isn't. The blend is not Uh-oh.
There we go. But she doesn't tell anybody about it. She doesn't go find him. It's just a weird thing that happens, but apparently, like, that's normal weird for this building is just seeing reflections everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, that's right. We're going to get it big time in a second here. And presumably the mirror thing was to keep the budget down, but, like, you think they would have come up with something better.
Yeah.
One of the things with this is, so the director, Gary Sherman, he did all the special effects, and he made a big deal of how they're all done in camera. So there's no fancy editing here.
No trickery.
Nope. As we see them, they practically executed all of these effects, which is going to be pretty obvious in a second here when we see this sequence, which is...
Yeah, somebody's walking too fast.
One door opening, another door opening, another door opening. And you can tell that the guy in the middle's much shorter than the one on the end.
And the one in the middle. Wow, wow.
Sort of a relative, but not really.
Sort of a kind of a type of a relative.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, Carol Ann would be great friends with Jamie Lloyd, wouldn't she?
So she doesn't seem affected by her supernatural experiences that are happening every 15 minutes of her day. Like, she's not concerned.
Dealing with it.
Okay.
At this point, she's been dealing with it since she was like 4 or 5.
All right.
You know?
So it's just normal for her that
Like
Kane went with her to Chicago.
She's dealing with a whole like another set of issues. You know, her family just kind of abandons her. You know.
Speaking of another set of issues, let's look at the Japanese artist, and let's not miss the waitress in a karate gi, and we're gonna get a close up coming in. I'm just like, wow, okay, so.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Mhm. Just getting to smoke everywhere you want.
Welcome to the 80s. Yeah, I miss seeing that.
I just walked into this enclosed space. Let me light a cigarette. I'll
Let me
be
just
the only
light
one
this up real
smoking.
quick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. There's a whole mirror thing that never gets resolved in this with Blair Flynn Boyle. Actually, we'll look at that in a bit. But
Yeah. It's all due to the big alternate ending they had planned, which was mostly shot, but didn't quite pan out.
I skimmed the Wikipedia and it makes it sound like okay. So the fake Canes have all been, oh God, they're in shitty latex masks.
Those masks. Those Battle for the Planet of the Apes masks.
They've been fucking hanging out there since mom and dad left. Like, all right. Oh yeah, so the ending. So the ending, they said basically it sounds like Heather O'Rourke was a corpse, and after she died, they thought it was in bad taste, so they changed it.
Yeah. There he is.
Oh shit.
Nice guy, Kip Lynch.
Who's got more product in their hair though, him or her?
He does. Look at that.
What an awesome
Crazy part
party.
about this, none of these kids end up being victims.
Nope.
You would think.
Because it's PG-13. And that was
you would think, though. Like,
No, I mean, Poltergeist movies don't have a body count, do they?
Not really.
But that was another thing. This got a PG-13, but the original version got a PG before they redid the ending. I think that's what it said. Yeah, so maybe sensibilities changed in the 6 months.
Mm.
But so she sees Kane, or doesn't she? Like, that's how, like, the audience sees Kane, but you got to search for him, but you don't get to see what he's doing.
No.
voice acting by Corey Burton, who does a lot of animated work.
Animated.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on. This is where we find out that there's a psychic connection.
There we go.
Yep. So evil Heather O'Rourke, who looks old and
Yeah, they gave her
constant,
exorcist face.
yep, and constant dialogue from Corey Burton Kane. Ugh.
Fight it.
Okay, hold on. So Kane's upset that she figured out how to break the mirror and run out, but oh no, wait.
Oh.
That's right. Uh-huh. The public air phone, which of course, would make an appearance in Die Hard 2.
Die Hard 2.
But how does she know to call him?
Why would she call him? Is he's another anti-Loomis? I just figured. He's acting like she does this to him on the regular.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell, dude?
That kid is ruining his life.
Yeah, he's just she's just ruining his whole night of berating his wife.
Exactly.
Over the dinner.
Don't forget the cilantro. Like, what did they... Was the character supposed to be such an incredible douche? Or like...
Uh-oh.
Well, Larry Flynn Boyle's not going to help out. Oh, God. And then we have to sit through
Dumbass
this.
teenagers.
Oh, with security cameras. We got to talk. We got to go through this whole thing. Like,
instead of just executing and having already.
this movie's so tedious. Like,
he's like they've merged Lance Guest and Tom Hulse.
mm-hmm. At least he got to wear a sweatshirt over whatever the hell that shirt he's wearing. That 80s shirt
yeah,
he's wearing.
Look at that fucking design, man.
Uh-huh. Like, just fucking 4 years of terrible clothes. Like,
and this is deep in 88 too.
because they would have shot it 87. So yeah, I mean, it was just like,
late 87. So all those crazy like Cosby designs.
Mm-hmm. All right, so now she's scared. Presumably Nancy Allen decorated the apartment with all the Japanese art. Like, that seems like a thing they don't address. All right. What's that Star Trek series, original series episode where people get old, like in the first season. That's what this reminds me of. Like,
oh God, Requiem for Methuselah. No, that's not it, is it?
The kids, isn't it the one with the kids? There's somebody old in the kids one. Oh God, here we go. Look, practical effects.
Hey, come back here. Oh, wow.
And now we get our slack ass security guard for this movie.
I hate being useless.
Better go look. See, Kip Wentz has a good sense of humor about this at this point. Like,
yeah. Well, at this point, he's in the movie. He actually has a part in this till, till it all goes south.
Oh my God, what is that shirt? Look at that thing. Okay, yeah. So Lara Flynn Boyle knows how to loop video, which would not become like a movie trope for a few more years. So that is actually like the most forward thinking or thing in this movie is that they're looping video.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Do it.
I was looking forward to the supermarket scene that we do not get. But this also means Tom Skerritt has keys to everywhere in the building, including the businesses, which seems not sure I trust Tom Skerritt that much.
That's a lot. That's a lot of responsibility for one man.
I think this is
lazy ass security.
Their only stairwell, actually, because we're gonna see that later, and they're gonna make it. Yep, we just.
Oh my God!
Ran past it. Okay, so these are practical effects. They did this all live. And you've got Kane dropping exposition to explain why there's a Poltergeist 3. They need Carol Ann to get them into the light.
What's her name?
So the first time I watched this, I was like, why do they say Carol Ann every like 14 seconds in this fucking movie? And apparently that's
yeah, Roger Ebert pointed that out.
Yeah.
Where he just they just say it a billion friggin' times in this movie.
Coors and Coca-Cola.
Jays.
But like this aspect of it, the teenage aspect of it is actually like funnier is not the right word.
It's like a gum commercial with these two.
But like it's the only time any two people like have a scene, like a sequence together, right? Like
we're supposed to like them, but yeah.
So the swimming pool's on the same level as the supermarket, which makes absolutely no sense. They're both on the 44th floor.
Yeah.
That's a little weird.
Oh, it's convenient though.
Are they that funny? The singing?
Nah.
No. Okay, now way down on floors 2 to 7, without specifying which floor, is the parking garage. And this is basically it for Heather O'Rourke. This is her last big scene.
The puddle is it.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Run away from the camera, kid. Run away from the camera.
She runs into Tyler Durden. Jeez, kid, what are you doing here? Project Mayhem's about to go down.
My favorite thing with the puddle is like obviously she's standing on it, like, and she didn't notice it.
Oh. 1, 2, there we go.
The realistic thing would have been them like looking on every level of the parking garage, not being able to find her.
Not knowing where to go. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is very Aliens. When Newt gets snatched.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God, come on.
See, there's a trifecta of troubled kids. Newt, Jamie Lloyd,
There
and
you
Carol
go.
Ann.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
There you go.
now we're back
A
to
puddle. A puddle, y'all.
The puddle. What a great sequence.
They got taken out by a puddle.
It's like the tree, only it's a puddle.
A damn puddle in a parking lot.
I was expecting the figure to turn in the mirror for Tom Skerritt, but that doesn't happen. This is just him having his like fourth cigarette by himself.
Pissed off at this dry ass party. You get the feeling they were on the verge of divorce. These two. Uh-oh.
Dun dun dun.
I keep thinking that was a subplot that they just got rid of.
So they know Carol Ann from hanging out with the sister, presumably, or
yeah. She's that creepy brat cousin from out of town. Lucky we're not in Crystal Lake, you kids.
what an exciting teen mischief subplot that was.
Right? Everybody went home safe. If I were some rascally teenagers.
And then at this point, the movie just becomes Tom Skerritt walking around. Okay, wait. There's the pool.
Oh, this is Oscar winner Kip Wentz.
In like ice slime. Like,
Yeah. Frost sludge.
enter Shitty Shrink.
What ice? Uh-oh. Your niece is bullshit.
All right, so when oh shit, this is when Tangina shows up.
She heard a noise when the door opened. What the fuck?
What makes no sense is that they were doing these effects as they were shooting. So presumably that would encourage, more reaction from the actors. Yet Nancy Allen was playing that scene like she didn't see anything. And now
Oh shit. Oh my god. Yes. Finally, somebody to bring some sanity to this lunacy.
It's very exciting. How did they not how old was Jerry Goldsmith's kid at this point? Like probably 15. They should have just had him do the music. Like, come on.
That's not Carol Ann. You damn right it's not. Well, you'd have to wonder what type of where you could go with a score in a movie like this. With the Goldsmithy type music actually work? It would be too good for something like this.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, you could have gotten, I bet, who could have done a fine score for this? Friday the 13th guy, Harry Manfredini.
Manfredini?
Of course he could.
It would have sounded like
whatever.
Friday the 13th music.
Might have been better.
Yeah. A lot of horns, a lot of violins, a lot of strings. She looks like Yoda. All around us. Well, Nancy Allen's just like, enough.
Nancy Allen's miserable in this movie. I think at some point she must have realized how bad it was.
She almost got swallowed by a door, and she's just like, I lost a shoe.
Okay. So they let this fucking guy attend Kip Wentz. And Tangina is
But she
very
already
psychic
knows
and-
it's bullshit, though.
She like she's an omnipotent narrator.
Oh no,
Mm-hmm.
not a TV set. Oh,
It's weird how they don't do anything with the TVs for a
no,
Poltergeist movie. Like you would think they
no.
would do it enough for the fucking trailer, but not even that.
Like that could have been really cool for a teaser
Mm-hmm.
where you see all this camera footage and then it just goes to snow. And it's like, Kane blinks in and out or something.
So his kid is missing. He's hallucinating, and he's not like, I wonder if the ghost got the security monitors. He's leaving out the whole supermarket adventure.
Right. Are
The
you all
puddle.
still wearing clothes?
Mm-hmm. This guy likes touching people a lot on the face. Like,
Yeah, what is he trying to do? A meld? He trusted you, Kirk.
and there's the very suspicious puddle because you can tell that there's an indentation on the
It's still
concrete,
there.
which
Yeah.
makes no sense.
It's like those cartoons where you can see which floorboard is about to pop up.
How did there get to be a puddle?
Yeah.
It's not like
drippy pipes.
right. Where'd the water come from?
There's no drip. And the doctor is still just like,
Mm-hmm. Just because a puddle talks to you doesn't mean that kid's not a little lion shit out to
Right.
ruin his night.
oh,
No recognition though from Tom Skerritt that he's surprised that she knew what he fucking said when she wasn't there.
yeah. She hates him. Like,
So weird.
she hates her life.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Tom Skerritt. That's Nancy Allen is just miserable.
Uh-huh. What the hell? We'll have to see in 2 if it establishes her getting that necklace or if Will Sampson gives it to her off screen.
It looks like the Blue Beetle scare.
God, Nancy Allen looks so angry.
Like, yeah, she can't, like, there's just no acting.
No.
You can't. The scowl on her face.
Blah diddy blah diddy blah diddy blah diddy. The point in the first one of her rambling was that it was funny in the end because she was right. In this one,
yeah. In this one, she's already like.
I don't know. I hope Tom Skerritt bought something nice with his paycheck for this. He deserved it. Like,
yeah, because he's one of the only ones trying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I give it up to Zelda Rubinstein. Like, this, you know, this was all she had.
Yeah.
So of course she's going to live it up.
This is a post-hypnotic suggestion. They're all seeing the same thing because Carol Ann brainwashed them.
Yeah, where's she really supposed to be?
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're over an hour at least.
Already? Oh,
yeah.
God.
We're getting into the area where there's constant doubles. So keep an eye on the haircuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look.
Yep. Yes, what's supposed to be like?
Oh.
So now, does this have to do with the alternate?
Dude, she had the keys in her hand. What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
What the hell?
She's got to return the keys to her dad, remember? She doesn't want to get in trouble.
Oh, shit, man.
I can't believe they let them do a PG-13 on this. Like, but I guess if it's a corpse, you can desecrate a corpse for PG-13, I think is the...
Yeah, as long as it's a lifeless husk. Explain that, Doc. Yeah, the Japan shit, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
Uh-oh. There we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Uh,
I give up.
right. 9,000. Yeah. Somebody get some booze in this kid.
Here we go with Nancy Allen. She's had enough.
Yeah, it's it.
Let's leave Carol Ann. Let's get out of here.
For the rest of the movie, Nancy Allen's part is played by Priscilla Barnes and shit. I can't take this shit any part of it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think that some of the problem is the mirror stuff just really does not work. Like, even when you're like, why doesn't this, just for whatever reason, it just does not fucking work.
Well, back then it looked cool.
Well, I mean, obviously it didn't, but yeah.
The shit they could do now, though, it doesn't really work.
I mean, it's also just not that many mirrors, right? There's just like one hallway.
Yeah, they keep going up and down the same hallway.
Like, maybe if you had a budget, you could do it, but
that hallway is one of those Paramount sets.
So now Carol Ann's on a loop in Ghost Dimension, running to the stairs.
Yeah. She's like that part in one of the Nightmare on Elm Streets where Alice kept running around the corner.
I feel like we didn't establish where those elevators are well enough. Oh, she's on the other side of the reflection. But wait.
Whoa. Thank you.
At this point, I wasn't even like thinking, oh, she's evil. I was just like, oh, she was just like, fuck it, let's get rid of him while we can.
Right. He's got to go. We're done with this guy. You deserved worse. Okay.
Okay, so this...
Yeah, this is the freak shit.
Were there possessed people in the second one? I don't remember. Is this like a poltergeist thing?
The father swallowed a worm.
Oh shit, that's right. We got all that to do.
Yeah. He was possessed for like 5 seconds by the worm. Yeah.
See?
Oh God, they're visitors.
But then we notice in the mirror that their shirts have been backwards the whole time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
Poltergeist.
those are the doubles.
Yeah.
Don't turn your head too much.
Right. Don't show us you're not actually that dude. Oh, wow.
Running up the stairs. I think they have this one stairwell set and they just keep.
Yeah. They redress it.
Yep.
They take the lighter out.
I don't know. I guess there's a door there. Yeah.
So not.
Like, I want to know whose picture that is. That evil little brat.
Ish.
They should have gotten somebody like Meg Foster for the evil stepmom. Like, she might have brought some energy. Well, I don't know.
Well, it just Nancy Allen simply does not want to be here.
No.
She was all the whole time she's been checked out. Because you're supposed to kind of like her, but you don't at all.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out is in at the beginning, they play her to be like the wicked stepmom, but she's actually not. So it's like,
Right.
okay, so that's a little bit different and, likable. But then the rest of the movie, once she goes to work and it's just like useless at work for presumably 8 hours, it's kind of hard to fucking deal with her.
Yeah, you can't, like, she's ugh. Like, you literally see her rolling her eyes in certain scenes.
She really thought Tom Skerritt was going to walk off the movie with her when she said, "Let's quit."
Right. Yeah. We're going to do it right Tuesday. We're just going to walk off the set and not say anything.
Mm-hmm.
The old trapped in a freezer bit, huh?
With possessed.
Poultry and
Yep.
Pig's meat,
A possessed
poultry and pork products.
a possessed water hose. And then we get this
All right. Yeah.
the flooding wall, and we're gonna get a reverse shot where they probably had a mirror set up, because if it was all done in camera, but sadly that doesn't make it good.
This is such a 90s music video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Outside in.
I'll take that.
And now they're somehow in the parking garage.
Right. I'd never understood what the connection. What's the parking garage?
They can teleport throughout the building now. Oh my goodness. What is...
This was the day they told her she couldn't break her contract.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah,
a
this
bunch
I
of
remember.
possessed cars.
This was the dumbest shit.
Yep. And now keep your eye on the actors and try to decide that's stunt people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look at
That's not
Scared
stunt
stuntman
people.
looks like Burt Reynolds.
Right. It's like as bad as True Lies, where they weren't hiding it. Like,
No.
growling frozen cars. I forgot about the growling. Okay, and then this is my favorite part, is that Kane is driving that car. And he's taunting them. Wait, come on, taunt them.
Oh my god! He reaches out of the window.
How did they not? Was there like a Hot Wheels tie-in on that?
Oh
Where you
shit!
had like a little lever on the bottom of the car and it stuck a little hand out. But the other thing,
cheesy as hell, man.
how did Don Coscarelli never sue them for stealing the tall man?
Yeah, because
Right?
that's what he looks like.
Uh-huh.
That looks nothing like, the original Kane.
Okay. So now, good thing Tom Skerritt smokes, because
Oh yeah,
he's got a
Now-
lighter and the ghosts can't
They
drive.
you connect this to Halloween, and his sister is the nurse. Smoking runs in the family.
And now we're in the opening of Highlander.
Right? There can be only one.
I mean, if that guy did backflips and chopped their heads off right now, it would be a much better movie. How much fucking longer? All right, only 20 minutes.
Oh, still?
Mhm.
Jesus.
The movie's endless.
This was longer than I remember. What is this, director's cut?
Well, they're even running slow. Like, that's the other thing is everything in it is like slow.
Molasses. Oh, flat tire.
Gotta run down the whole fucking thing, even though nobody's chasing them, and we're like,
Nobody's chasing them. It's back to normal. Where are they running?
I want to see Dead and Buried more now, because I'm just curious what the fuck? They're just so happy.
Yeah, they don't even know if they have their kids back.
They've got the magic. I mean, they're as excited as a couple characters in a cartoon when they get the magic amulet. Like, this is the right time for some kissing.
Scared.
It's her sassy friend.
Right. With her benzo symbol earring.
So
back to 227. Jeez.
They never acknowledge that, like, it's haunted or anything. It's just weird shit that is happening with no, like...
Right.
Okay.
This is where shit gets real.
Oh, they're so charming.
It's when you thought it was safe to make an escape with Tom Skerritt.
I feel like they'd still be...
Yeah, they would still be kind of like...
to ghost cars trying to kill them. I'm just saying, like...
Because they are still damp.
Mm-hmm. That did happen in this cut. Oh, wait, did she just say something shitty? I think we missed her saying something shitty about Carol Ann. Uh-huh. They got a lot of mileage out of that double elevator.
Tower of Terror.
And
how did Universal not get this first? Universal Studios Poltergeist Tower of Terror.
Who bought? Amazon bought MGM? Shit. You've got Amazon's Poltergeist sometime in the next 10 years.
Oh, no. That's going to suck. I keep forgetting they did the remake.
Mm-hmm. We're not watching the remake, folks. Sorry, I can't do it to myself again.
Absolutely not.
And now they're at the 98th floor, which means absolutely nothing, because I don't think we established what floor they live on. I think it's around 70, but it's not like a plot point. Because they don't have any neighbors on their floor, because it's all under renovation, even though...
And they have a really nice view.
Mm-hmm. They do have a nice view. It's a wonderful stock photo of Chicago at night.
Hurry up. Hurry up.
Really slow about this, too. Like... It's because you've got nowhere to go. Like, it's one of those things where it's just like you're not skipping ahead. Oh, shit, there's a terrible dead dummy. Like...
Wow, so he just...
Mm-hmm. His head cracked open and his brain and everything, like, fossilized.
He's zombified.
Yeah, he's zombified. He was going to be a zombie. And Tom Skerritt's double checking. And yep, there you go.
See, he looks more like Reverend Kane than the fucking...
So, who was their audience for? Who did they think was still a Poltergeist fan at this point?
Whatever people saw Poltergeist II. But at this point, it was 88, right? So everybody was doing their thing in 88. There was a Halloween, there was a Friday the 13th, there was a Freddy.
There's a Hellraiser.
A Hellraiser. So everybody was in the game. Like 88 was a big year. Wasn't 88 the first Chucky?
I think so. Okay, so this also is very slow. We have to watch this thing fucking creak its way out there.
Because damn it, they paid for it. This is where half the budget went. I think most of the behind the scenes stuff is about this entire sequence. I could see Evanston from here.
It's moving so slow you can hear it creak. Like, hurry it fucking up. We got this long shot looking like just...
Gregory Hines made it up the state building faster.
Mm-hmm. We're still not there yet. Like,
yeah, they haven't even gone down.
They're just dragging this shit out as much as they can because we got this fucking shot.
Is absolutely no way in hell I would do this shit. Not even for a movie.
What if you were those stunt people?
Look at stunt people.
What if you were that obvious stunt person? Would you do that? Whose idea was it that he was going to kiss her just a lot, right? Like,
because they have to try to make them look like they like each other.
She doesn't look happy with him. And she's not even happy with him in the fucking movie. Like,
no, she's not happy at all.
So this is the shot that made me realize they really missed their chance to show the exterior John Hancock building with like that apartment doing weird shit.
Coming out
a la Ghostbusters, but no.
Because they could have done that. That could have been a plate or something.
But they didn't want to do any plates. They wanted it to look like this intentionally. Yeah, I think I'm going to watch Dead and Buried. I want to know if Gary Sherman actually can make a good movie or if he just sucks. Oh, even this.
Oh, wait. Was that an F-bomb?
PG-13, it could have been.
Huh.
But what I don't understand is why he's having trouble breaking the window and then why standing up and doing it would make it any better.
Makes it more dynamic. Oh, here we go, Carol Ann.
But not Kip.
You're right.
For some reason, they're not going to give up Kip.
He's too valuable. He's essential to their plan.
Kane's jealous of his hair. He wants to talk to him about how to get those curls.
He wants the shirt. Somebody's got to look snazzy down in hell.
Uh-huh. Yes, when you're reaching out to someone and telling them to go away, that is not how.
Yeah, why do they have to climb on the thing that just kick the loose glass out of the way?
The stunt person's like, nope, I'm not doing that. You gotta get up. And now here we have
complete and total set. This the whole sequence is redone.
This is the new one. So
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because their hair is a little bit different. But it's just like 1988 when Dry Ice was the peak of mood.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Fright Night.
No, do this with like a fucking desperate Wang Chung soundtrack. Fucking do it with a Wham soundtrack. Like fucking make the oh no, it was too late for Wham. But like just fucking, I don't know, make it terrible at least. Like, because it's not fun. Like nothing this bad should be this boring.
Like even if like Heather O'Rourke hadn't died.
Right. It's
this
not
is
like
still
that
pedestrian for this type of shit, you know?
Also, the windows fixed and the glass doors fixed. Because Caroline cracked it, presumably.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is like, I guess the in-between space.
Oh, okay.
It's not exactly the other side of the mirror. The conduit space, I guess you would call it. I don't know.
The mirror is going to do something now, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But you saw.
Why didn't they just hire Linda Hamilton to do this? She's got a twin.
That would have been cool.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the hell? Oh God! Just melt, dude.
slowly melting latex masks. It's great.
And there's absolutely nothing scary about that.
No. Because, I mean, I guess at that point, that was the only draw is Poltergeist wasn't an R-rated franchise, right? Like,
yeah, it wasn't graphic. But it had something. This was really bad. Like, this is almost as bad as a non-Gutenberg Police Academy.
This was the original ending, like, gimmick, too. Tangina always was going to lead him into the light.
Always going to lead it, but there was some big thing about the entire family coming back to the other side. And then they did the reshoot, and Kip Wentz was like, I got left out.
Does Tangina have a lot to do in the second one? I don't remember, because otherwise it's really weird how much she loves Carol Ann.
Yeah, she comes back.
Okay.
Her and the Indian dude. They help the family out. Yes, take him, please.
Okay, and now?
Yeah, here they come. Looking like the end of a Michael Jackson video or some shit.
Well, because that's not Heather O'Rourke, right?
No, you don't. She doesn't even. You don't get no final line from Carol Ann. But the other ending had the original had Carol Ann, or Heather O'Rourke, alive and well.
I don't know why you wouldn't have tried to match that as close as you could have, as opposed to, because now they're like stuck in the mirror, right? So it's like, what they should have done a whole thing with you can't turn around or whatever, or they'll fucking turn to whatever. Right. But like, instead we get this, and that's it, right? Oh no.
Yeah. We get a shot of the outside there.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your face tucked in, kid.
It's like you're a stunt person.
For all we know, that's a boy. Jeez.
It's a doll.
Right? It's the Newt doll. Oh.
And
family matters.
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeesh.
Uh-huh.
Goodbye.
So, you know how we usually have like 40 minutes of post-show, everybody? This time it's going to be hard to make it through these fucking credits. Like,
yeah, with this god-awful music. I mean, Carol Ann had her own theme and everything.
Uh-huh. For some reason, they could not use Jerry Goldsmith's like, no. All right, everyone, really quick. Let's burn through our trivia. Oh, good grief.
Here we go. The character of Reverend Kane, originally portrayed by Julian Beck. Who was much creepier, much scarier, just...
So apparently Gary Sherman said this was never reshot, but other people talked about it being reshot, and then they found the extra footage, so he lied about it the whole time.
Yeah, there's a whole site, poltergeist3.com. And Kip Wentz, who was very nice to us on the IMDb boards back in the day. Special visual effects designed by Gary Sherman.
Yep, he did them himself. Originally plans for Craig T. Nelson to return for Poltergeist 4, but then the Heather O'Rourke's death, the Poltergeist curse, and this one being a box office disappointment is why they didn't make a fourth one. Carol Ann's name is spoken 121 times.
Jeez.
Zelda Rubinstein left halfway through.
Doesn't that break the cuss record in Casino or some shit?
The only film in the original trilogy that did not receive any Oscar nominations, which is going to be a hell of a thing after we watch 2 next time.
Wow.
10 to 15% of the script was never filmed. That would be, and Gary Sherman thought it was too short, which would explain why everything's so fucking long. Mm-hmm.
Here we go. There's the dedication.
Heather O'Rourke didn't want to come back for another one. Here we go. Jerry Goldsmith was contracted to do the score, but quit due to budgetary cuts. Oh no. Sadly, he was just unhappy with 2. Bummer. Speak and Spell.
Yeah, whose dumbass idea was that?
It's apparently an E.T. reference or something.
The hell?
Thomas Lennon from Reno 911 said that he auditioned for a part in this. Oh, shit.
The Doctor?
The original version.
He would have been young back then.
Yeah, he must have been one of the teenagers. The original cut of the movie was only 80 minutes long.
Yeesh. And they expanded it to what?
97. Blah, blah, blah. Skimming the original ending. Doesn't sound different enough. Okay. Cool. So yeah, that's going to be the worst we get with Poltergeist. So at least we started at the bottom there.
Yeah. And there's only 2 to go, and they're not bad.
Okay. So any last thoughts on Poltergeist 3?
Poltergeist 3. It's not even good in a waste your time sort of, bad entertainment sort of way.
No, it is unfortunate that it is not.
And it's unfortunately also the swan song for little Heather O'Rourke, who probably would have, either kept going to something else or,
She could have done TV. I mean, she was doing some TV, I think.
So yeah, she was doing TV. That. She probably would have been bigger, in her older, who knows, maybe she would have broke out a little older because she does handle herself well here. But again, I didn't like the fact that they stunted Carol Ann a lot. She wasn't 5 years old anymore. So
especially since they don't even use her that much in the movie. Even if she hadn't, she didn't. They had the movie before she died, and she was barely in the damn thing. She was in it for more
continuities.
Mm-hmm.
It was her and Zelda Rubinstein. Really, they're just there for franchise reference,
right? And it's like, without them, what do you got? You got fucking what's his face? You got Tom Skerritt and Nancy Allen running through a building. Oh, that's exciting.
You could have did a complete and total Beethoven thing where, they just say, hey, we're part of their family and this poltergeist shit just happens to us, but.
Yeah. So I've been waiting. Apparently I've been waiting 35 years or whatever to see that fucking movie. And that's all it was. So that's a bummer.
Well, I personally, I kind of want to see the cut footage.
Yeah. I guess they don't have the original audio. They've only got it subtitled, but
yeah, they got it subtitled.
Is at the end of it.
Yeah.
Apparently that Blu-ray has gone out of print. So
wow.
Only lasted a couple years.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's the one, the flip disc, right? No, wait. No. It got its own disc then.
Yeah, because I
Right?
vaguely remember the original art. Okay, no. So it came out in 2017 and then went out of print in 2020. So not as much, but still. Yeah. There you go. Cool.
Yep.
Audio commentary by Gary Sherman and by the website webmaster David Fortney. All right. Yeah. So we'll be back with Poltergeist 2, The Other Side. Sadly, Poltergeist 3 does not have a subtitle. The Windy City. And yeah, so we'll be back with Poltergeist 2. And yeah, cool. I'm sorry if you watched that.
Oh.
All right. Night, everybody.
Say goodnight, Carol Ann.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Oh, shit.